Good morning and welcome along to our third and final day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play this afternoon, we'll have our first player through to Saturday's finals night. With 15 games remaining, things are looking pretty tight at the top. Lee Budgeon showed a lot of mental strength and resilience to come out fighting on day two, won his opening 3 matches, but will be disappointed that he couldn't sustain that level in his final 2. James Van Bazeen has been a joy to watch this week, the ADC qualifier making the most of his Super Series experience, and will have his sights set on Group B. Alex Spellman finds himself 2 points off top spot, and whilst he'll still feel he's in with a chance of topping the group, will be frustrated with his overall performance level yesterday. Kurt Parry delivered the highest average of the week on Tuesday. It was in excess of 106.5 in a whitewash win that took less than 7 minutes. He's level on 14 points with Brian Rahman, whose level tailed off somewhat midway through the session, but he still did enough to keep himself in pole position. Yeah, it was quite a strange day of action yesterday, wasn't it? Chris Mason alongside me to reflect on what we saw and preview the 15 games we've got coming up for you this morning through to this afternoon. We saw the spectacular, the ridiculous, pretty much everything in between as well, but it was really difficult to predict what we were going to see from each player game by game.
Yeah, they all seemed to hit a brick wall in the middle matches and just completely lose their form after what was a fantastic start by Brian Rahman. He looked the man to beat yesterday, and then Kurt Parry seemed to come into his own a little bit yesterday. But ultimately, it is tight at the top, and it's going to be tough to work out who's going to end up the winner. I think the disappointment yesterday was probably the level of play from Alex Spellman, but he's still in the mix somehow. He averaged 82 for the day, 10 points less than Kurt Parry, but he's still in the mix.
Yeah, it is Brian Rahman who sits top of the league standings with 15 more matches to bring you. After 2 games, it looked like he was going to consistently perform at that mid to high 90s average. What do you put that dip in performance level down to for him?
I'm not sure. I mean, he is coming off the back of an operation, and maybe that was an issue yesterday, or maybe he felt the pressure of being the man to beat. You know, when you play that well, the expectation levels is there, and you feel them yourself. Instead of sort of putting out a bit of a sign to the rest of the group, you can get yourself sort of bogged down a little bit. And I think that happened to not just him yesterday, but also with Spellman and Kurt Parry.
Yeah, you mentioned that lull at the halfway point. It was certainly Kurt Parry who managed to emerge from that the best, wasn't it? The 106.5 average in his final match was really sublime, really showing us what he's capable of. Yeah,
he's got a high ceiling, hasn't he? If he'd have hit that tops, it would have been close to 110. And when you've got a ceiling that high, you're always going to be dangerous. And he's a player that obviously didn't go to Q School, so we don't know how much hockey time he's had over Christmas. But he seems to be playing himself into form. We've seen that with a lot of players on the back end of Christmas time, where, you know, they've not really been putting in the hours, but they play themselves into form. Neil Duff did it the other week when I was here. So it's going to be a fascinating end, because we got some serious talent coming in over Thursday and Friday in Group B and Group C.
And when it comes to the outright betting, there's been a lot of moving and shaking, of course. It is Brian Rahman who is the favourite to go on and top the group. But value as far down as Spellman, you'd say?
Yeah, even James. I mean, he's been the surprise package, hasn't he? When we looked at his numbers coming in here, we weren't quite sure whether he was going to have a high enough level to be competitive. Well, he's completely dispelled any thoughts in that department. I mean, the value could be with Alex and with James, to be honest. James has been rock solid, 87, 88 throughout the entire week so far. We know Alex has got a high ceiling. We know he can play at a seriously high level. He could find it today and go through the card. You know, any one of them top 4 players, I think, potentially could go through the card today.
And it was quite remarkable. The highest finish we saw yesterday was a ton. That was in our opening match of the session. Now, some of that was because of the power scoring throughout the session, but a lot of it was because of the struggles players had at the back end of legs, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, early on, they were more likely to be on sort of 81, 41 rather than on the big ton-plus finishes, because, as you say, the scoring yesterday was sublime at times. On Monday, I think there was 8 or 9 ton plus finishes. So it was a bizarre day, but there was more 180s yesterday. So that backs up your thoughts. Yeah, it's a funny group. I think they're all struggling in certain areas, and that may be because 4 of them are in serious contention. Of course, Lee having the problem with getting here. He played a lot better yesterday, although his running average for the day was still nowhere near up where it needs to be ultimately competitive in this group.
For Tom van den Hogen, only picked up 2 legs yesterday. What would you like to see from him up here this morning?
It's hard to work out with him because he sort of goes through spells where you think, right, it's clicked and he's going to start winning matches and producing big numbers. But I think there's a slight flaw in the throw. It's something me and Nico picked up on quite early on Monday, and he has to try and manage that. He's the kind of player that I think can win games. But again, sometimes going into Group C can be a little bit easier than Group A. Not this week. Yeah,
he certainly showed as well on Monday in particular that when he does get a look in at the back end of legs, he can be incredibly clinical. Let's have a look then at this morning's bet builder for the session. No surprise yet again to see that one of the selections includes over 2.5 180s in a match that involves Kurt Parry. He hit 12 of them yesterday. There were 6 in that particular encounter. That's a good bet, right?
Yeah, I think so, because it's going to have legs in there. They're quite equally matched. Brian Roman's averaging close to 90 for the week. So is Kurt Parry. So yeah, I think that's got 6, possibly 7 legs if it goes that far. The way they hit 180 is you'd expect it to be covered. Spellman minus 1.5. I don't like that bet at all. I'd probably be backing James in that match the way that Spellman's playing at the moment. And then most 180 is Roman against James in the final game. I like that one too. So I like bets 2 and 3 in that.
Yeah, for Spellman, we came into this week talking about how he's one of the best players in the world without a tour card at the moment. Many of us picked him to pick up a tour card at the start of this month, but he seems to be playing with shackles on at the moment, doesn't he? There's not a great deal of freedom. Yeah,
I think he's trying to be too precise at times. I think he needs to he either needs a break or he needs to work out or try and relax a little bit more, and that's hard to. It's hard to put across to the viewer. We're telling them not to try as hard, but this game, it's about keeping your shape, but not trying too hard, because as soon as you try too hard, you engage muscles that you don't want to use, you grip the dart too tightly, and that's why he's getting those wayward darts. But only he can work that out. And like I said, this is a fickle game. No day is the same in darts, and today he could just feel more comfortable, feel more relaxed, and we could start to see the big averages we know he's capable of.
Right then, really looking forward to this morning's session. First up for you in this morning session is Tom van den Hogen taking on Kurt Parry, and we've been catching up with the Welshman.
Good morning, Kurt. Welcome to day 3 here of Group A. How are you feeling after the first couple of days?
Not too bad. It was a bit of a mixed bag, really, on my performance. Doubles obviously cost me in a lot of games, but some good stuff in there, so I can't really complain too much, and I'm looking good-ish at the minute.
Well, you're in a tight race to see who wins this group, but you must be really pleased with the top level of your performances. Yesterday, your first and last games were the best performances of the week.
Yes, it'd be nice if I could do it all the time, but obviously I know it's not going to, but it'd be nice if my bottom game sort of was better, mid-80s, and then maybe things might look different, but you just play it as it goes.
I know the goal today is to win the group, but is it a case of seeing what happens and then just getting through to Saturday no matter what happens today?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, it'd be lovely to win the group today, but there's 4 of us there that could potentially do it, so I'm just going to enjoy myself today, and if it goes my way, it goes my way.
And we talked a little bit about your footwear yesterday, and we had a little exchange on social media yesterday, because people are trying to find out where you can get them, but you're not going to let that secret slide, are you?
Nah, I'll keep that to myself, I think.
Have a great day today, mate. All
Thank
the
you
best.
very much. Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, things are so tight at the top. Every game is going to feel pretty big this morning. Important that Kurt Parry sets the tone for the session in his opening match against Tom van den Hogen, who failed to pick up a win yesterday. Parry actually put in his best performance in terms of finishing in his opening game yesterday. Was 4 from 4 on the outer ring against Spellman, but then went on to miss 36 at double in his following 3 matches. How clinical will he be in this one then? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason, and a very good morning to Paul Nicholson.
A very good morning, Abby, and welcome to the first 2 players of the day. Tom van den Hogen taking his last few practice starts now up against someone who is definitely in the race to win this group today. Kurt Parry with 14 points in the table and a leg difference of +7. The only reason he's not top of the table is because his leg difference is slightly behind that of the Belgian Brian Roman. He will play Brian in round 2.
It's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
And that puts just a little bit of extra pressure on this first game of the day. He'd like a really good confidence-boosting start, wouldn't he, Miss?
140.
Yes, it was a game that we both picked out, wasn't it? Match number 5 today that could well determine
54.
who wins this group. It's a big game early on.
He talked about his average yesterday at 92.48. And just looking at a few trends from Monday to Tuesday, it was actually
43.
the biggest improvement as well from Monday to Tuesday from Kurt Parry. And I think that's encouraging. And he's done it yesterday with 26% on doubles.
140.
Yeah, that shows us both that there's more to come from Kurt Parry. If something we said yesterday, if he gets every element right, he's a serious threat for the title this week.
47.
That'll do. Very strong start. And just get the feeling that with Van den Hogen at the basement of the table, cut adrift of anybody
42.
on 2 points,
40.
he might be the ideal opponent for Kurt to start his day.
Absolutely.
On the first leg.
I think the most reliable player statistically so far is James, isn't it? He's pretty much replicating Monday with Tuesday, and sometimes the term one-paced can be taken as a bit of an insult, but when your pace is around 87, 88, you're always going to be dangerous, and I think that's why he's had so much success winning 6 of his 10 matches.
Judging by the mood of the players this morning, it seems like the practice room's been a good place to be this week. A lot of people getting along. We're not talking about one serious alpha male in there who wants to dominate. It's been a really good bunch where there's been enough focus and a good bit of banter so they can just relax a little bit when they need to as well. But I just get the feeling that today's going to be a bit more secular.
Yeah, you did some filming with the players and you could tell there was a slightly different buzz to the group this morning because they know today is all business. Every one of these the 4 in the mix in terms of
43.
Winning this group desperately want to win it to guarantee their place in Saturday night's final. And this has been a tough group. There's been a lot of legs played.
44.
There's been a lot of tough matches, and I think whoever gets through will relish the opportunity just to chill for a couple of days.
71. 92.
Again, Tom producing like he seems to
56. Tommy
a brilliant visit, but it's just not consistent enough.
Double 2 to take this second leg, and
6.
that might cost him. We'll talk about his doubles percentage from yesterday in the next leg, because this one might be over on double 17, but it isn't.
So another opportunity for Tom, and it was an area Monday that he was very efficient when he got a chance.
He has a chance here.
On the second
and it's a chance he takes.
But that 171 in the leg is a perfect example that when he gets it right, it's right. But because there's too many moving parts in the action, it's hard for him to get every element correct in the throw.
96.
If we go back to Monday and we look at Tom's amount of darts at double, he had 24.
Another example.
180.
As far as 180s are concerned, Tom has now got 6 for the week. That's his first of the day.
135.
But he had 24 darts at double on Monday and hit 11 for 46%. At that point, we're all thinking, hang on a minute. Just pause for thought there. That would have been somewhat out of the blue. But yesterday, he had 31 darts at double, so he had 7 more,
85.
but only hit 4 for 13%. His percentage went down by exactly 33%.
Bizarre.
But he was involved in that leg with Alex Spellman that went to
39.
13 visits.
Yeah.
And that just obliterated both of their numbers. So maybe we can cut him a little bit of slack.
Tommy requires 78.
This is for 2-1 against Kurt Parry.
That was for an 11 and a 12 dart break of throw. But incredibly, despite being 5 into the 9, if double 10 goes,
40. Tommy
he
requires
would have lost the leg.
I'm looking at this game slightly differently after legs 2 and 2.5. Now,
third
leg 3.
Tom van den Hogen.
Because at the minute, there are people in the practice room thinking, if Tom can be the spoiler in this one, and maybe some other games, he might just be like sand in someone's socks. This is not something that anybody contemplated when we came here this morning.
40.
He has been involved in a few games that he's let slip. But then again, I think he's been involved in every type of game this week so far in the first couple of days. He's had a big comeback from 3-0 down against Lee Budgeon. He's lost games he shouldn't have lost.
Nearly produced a 110 average.
Absolutely. He's had those dominant performances and he just needs a little patch of that to get himself back in front here. That improvement that I talked about with Parry.
74.
Nearly a 5-point improvement in average from Monday to Tuesday. That's a really big improvement in performance.
Well, the 87 was tidy enough Monday, but the average, the best part of 92.5 across the course of a day is top level stuff here at the Super Series.
The crack of the 141, the 81, and the 161 yesterday in the same game. And didn't hit any of them, but did get a chance at that double 12 quite a few times.
I don't think I can recall a session where there was only 100 finish, which is exactly what it was, 100, exactly.
And he came in the very first game, so we had 14 games yesterday without a ton plus finish. And we haven't got one so far in this game, so we'll keep an eye on that streak. But it's 2-2 now, and Parry has somewhat repaired the damage of legs 2 and 3. But now he must take full advantage of having the darts.
180.
Just like that.
First 180 of his day. And there's been 1 game out of 10 this week that he hasn't hit a maximum. Considering how good he's been in that department, he's actually not the best in that department this week. Brian Roman's got 19. Kurt's got 18.
58.
That's still an excellent return. And the group really does deserve some credit. You mentioned at the top of the show with Abby that we had more 180s yesterday. There were 38 compared to 26 on Monday. That's a really good improvement.
Yeah, and it's the kind of improvement we regularly see. With Monday's very much a settler. Tuesdays is a day where you try and put yourself in position.
43.
Wednesday can be a bit of a nerve jangler.
You often see a bit of a spike on Tuesday, then
60.
a regression on Wednesday, and especially in a group like this, where people are not only scrapping to win the group, but to potentially scrap for a Group B spot. You have to be in the top 3 for that. One of the top 4 are going to be in Group C.
80.
Which is already going to, well, it's going to make Group C already fascinating with one of James, Alex, Kurt or Roman in there. My goodness.
You require 40.
Good luck getting out of that group.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He might just get out of this game with valuable points, but he really does need to win by margins at some point today, potentially. 6 legs behind Rahman, but the first priority is to get the points, and so far so good. 3-2 up for Kurt.
Yeah, he can make that leg difference absolutely irrelevant if he... Well, it's in his hands. If he wins all his games today, he wins the group.
Yeah, talking of Group C, you've got Tom Sykes, who has been here before and was extremely competitive.
34.
James Wilson and Connor Scott. I cannot remember the last time I saw a Group C lineup like that before. I think that's as strong as I've seen in at least a year.
Yeah, it could involve 3 players who have just lost their tool card.
57.
Especially if Rahman doesn't win the group.
25.
This one could go all the way, and the nerves will be jangling big time. More so for Kurt
57.
than for Tom, who knows that he's going to Group C. He knows exactly when he's getting up tomorrow.
97. Tommy Rick 128.
I didn't have to go the 18s route. Just goes to show that Tom's got his head screwed on.
48.
That's not too bad, unless Kurt finds a second maximum.
The way that first starts at, it was begging for a max.
Another single. For the double.
60.
It's his own equipment. He was trying to miss those by going to the left of the oche. It just didn't work out. Alex Spellman had a bit of lateral drift yesterday, and it's Kurt's turn. He's had at least 5 darts in that 5 segment over the last couple of legs.
Games on the 6th.
Speaking of the 5 segment, it gives us a 7-leg match. Kurt needs to hold, otherwise he's in a bit of bother.
7th and final leg. It's Kurt to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
plenty
on.
of pressure on Parry in this leg. At the averages, you wouldn't even think it would be a competitive game. And prior to the start of that 6th leg, there was 21 points in difference in the averages because Kurt Parry was averaging over 97.
I think realistically, the players in the practice room who are in the mix for the top spot all thought that Kurt would win this game. And they may have said to themselves, the best that we can hope for is if Tom takes 3 legs off him.
Which he's done, yeah.
But this game is not over yet. Doubles-wise, it's been okay for Kurt. He's had 8 opportunities and hit 3.
83.
Bookers didn't anticipate this being at all close. They made Kurt a 2-9 favourite.
89.
Tom was a 3-1 dog. Only 40 points behind. Oh, how good was that?
That was excellent, because a couple of times in this game he's had that right shoulder twisted on a follow-through, and technically that one was spot on. And it gives him a shot for the match. Double 12. The match is his. He has got the job done. And for now, he is at the top of the table, but he's played 1 more game than the chasing pack. That was a decent performance and pretty much on par with what he did yesterday, but the doubles were slightly better. The fact that he was tested in those 7 legs might just stand him in good stead, because in round 2, he will take on one of his closest rivals in the Belgian Brian Rahman. When we come back, it will be 2 more of the chasing pack going head-to-head with Spellman up against Van Bezien.
Alex Spellman returns to action next, looking to put the disappointment of his performance level yesterday firmly behind him. Coming into this week, we were talking about how exciting a talent the American is, but he's just not playing with freedom at the moment. We've seen glimpses, but not really seen him in full flow yet. Could we see it this morning against James Van Bazeen? Spellman looking to complete the hat-trick in this particular fixture, and with 4 points now between him and Parry, it's important he closes that gap once again. Actually delivered his best performance of the week in this contest on Monday, averaging a ton with 100% on the doubles, taking out a lovely 1-2-7 in the process. To see whether he can get back near that level in this one, let's get back to Mason Nico.
Thank you, Abby. And I think that 1-2-7, Nico, still remains the highest finish of the week, bizarrely. But I'm more on the thought of James thinking about winning this game to close that gap to 2 points. He will fancy this.
Yeah, I think he will. I think Alex Spellman is very happy that he's got a fresh day so he can see what will transpire. But somebody has to lose this game, and whoever it is, they are going to already be thinking, have I left myself a little bit too much to do? So it's a must-win game for both, which makes match 2 of Wednesday very intriguing indeed.
First leg, it's Alex to throw first.
Maybe.
Game on.
You know what I'm like about things being written in the stars? The fact that Spellman is still very much in the mix, despite only averaging just north of 82 for the day yesterday.
26.
He may be thinking, this is destiny. However, that was, listen, 26 is 26, but that wasn't even a good 26, if you get me.
We talked about the improvement of Kurt Parry from Monday to Tuesday.
60.
How about the regression of Spellman from Monday to Tuesday? Because average-wise, he was down by 5.4 points yesterday, and that tells you everything you need to know.
96.
I think his doubles percentage wasn't that bad, considering he was in that horrible leg with Tom van den Hoogen.
Yeah, I mean, when you see a daily average of 82, you'd look and think, oh, maybe his doubling percentages were down at, I don't know, maybe 15 to 20%. I mean, that one leg will obliterate your numbers. We're both well aware of that. It was the fact that yesterday he just didn't look like he had another gear.
It's a difficult time of year to be at your best for a couple of reasons.
60.
One, you might have played an awful lot of stuff at the back end of 2023, coming into 2024. You might not have had a break yet. John Henderson was in that scenario last year. He played 3 weeks straight. But then again, you might come into this having not played a great deal of competitive stuff like Kurt Parry. But you've got to strike that balance, haven't you?
Yeah, and as I said to Abby at the top, is it a case with Spellman that he's played too much darts and needs a break? Sometimes you need to just recharge the batteries. You can get stale quickly. You can start to fiddle with your throw too much.
61.
Let's not forget, out of everybody here this week, he's travelling the most. 25 leaves 36 for James in the northeast corner of the board. That might be a kind guide.
43.
But he couldn't find it.
Alex requires 70.
Spellman's had ups and downs on double top so far this week, but he's going to persevere with it.
30.
Very straight.
James, you require
Just
80.
over-delivered. Maybe the split option here for James.
Oof.
Just about gets the single.
10.
Doesn't get the double.
Alex, you require
Key
40.
misses already.
Yeah, 5 darts to the breaker throw for James, and there's that lateral drift, Paul.
Needs to drift this time.
10. He needs to change his double.
James, you require 8.
Yeah, that double top is not really cooperating enough.
Game shot
That
the
double
first
four
leg.
signals a
James Van
19 dart
Bessian.
break of throw. That will not be the ideal start for Alex.
Second leg
You
is
can already
James
see
to
by
throw
his facial
first.
expression that he
Game
is
on.
displeased. But after spending a bit of time with the players this morning, I spoke with Brian Roman, and he kindly requested that we pronounce James's surname the correct way. I was completely ignorant to it, so I do apologise. But it is
60.
Bessien. So it's James Van Bessien.
So I presume Bessien must be a place
100.
which I will now check.
Saying yesterday that I'm intrigued by the origins of names, and we talked about Spellman having certain English, German, and Irish roots.
140.
Wearing the black and the bronze-coloured shirt today, which I'm a bit of a fan of.
134.
But the colour he's really hoping to find a bit more of today is the red. He is someone who does use the treble 20 department coupled with tops. He did have some iffy spells on
60.
double 12 as well. But the most impressive thing about Spellman for me is that he has not played anywhere near his best this week, but he's still involved. Still part of this race. If you are going to have an iffy leg,
85.
have it at the very start, but then kick in after that. That is what you're saying to yourself. As for Van Bessien, incredibly consistent over the first couple of days. Slightly up on his Monday average. He was yesterday, 87.65.
95.
And he was the best on doubles yesterday, 45%. That
Yeah,
gets
that's
everybody's
class.
attention.
Absolute class. Well, normally with the name Van followed by something.
104.
Van in
James
Dutch,
Van
I know he's
146.
from Belgium. He's from. But can't find anything on his surname. Sadly, Nico.
Double 13.
133.
This is an opportunity for the biggest finish of the week.
78.
My word, does Spellman need this? Van Bessien in the background with a smile as if to say, I've had my chance.
50.
Alex doesn't take his.
Long, long way off.
13.
And this is the worst possible start, really, for Alex. He'd have been looking to just rebuild his confidence today and come out firing, and it's just not happened for him.
The mannerisms of these players, they are different today. They look edgier. And that is very, very close to hitting a 13 to bust a shot.
Game
And he
shot
gets the
second
double
leg.
two, which
James
makes
Van
Alex
Bessian.
feel even worse.
Yeah, and a lovely reaction from James. He knows how important that was.
Delegates Alex to throw first. Game on.
If Alex wasn't on the back foot enough after a disappointing day yesterday.
How do those flights make you feel?
140.
Okay-ish.
Because they are a little bit rougher on the edges. I know that's one of your pet hates.
I'm trying to just pretend they're not there, Nico. The only part of his dart I'm looking at is the point
35.
entering the board. Otherwise, my OCD will be... Oh, no, look. You've done it to me, Nico, haven't you?
Hating them, aren't you?
125.
Some players leave the rougher flights in because they have practiced well with them in and they don't want to change until absolutely necessary. But what we can tell you is that 4 out of the 6 players here this week in Group A
60.
have registered a 3-figure average. Alex has done that. James has done that. Both Brian Roman and Kurt Parry, who will play each other in round 2, have done that also. But the only person to have registered a losing 100 average is James Van Bessien.
180.
And he did that against Roman on Monday.
Final game, wasn't it, of the session? Where's this come from for Spellman? 56 after 9, a possible 11 dart hold of throw, which Won't
60.
bother James too much.
Action required 56.
Interesting. Double 4.
52.
I think he went for the treble there to try and change the play.
I think it's a lack of confidence. I don't think he has any kind of a surety that going for a big 16. So he's just sort of thought, well, if I go for the treble, I've got more opportunity.
A great guide for double 2 for him.
Yeah, the way his
James on
darts
the
stack.
third
And
leg.
in it
Alex
goes, it's a
Spelman.
leg back, but he desperately needs a break back.
Now, based on the
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first.
amount of legs
Game
where
on.
he's had a lack of confidence on double top, you could put a picture of double top and a picture of Alex Spelman next to each other and put them on the Jerry Springer show. They're having that much of a blue.
59.
We've had this with other players in the past.
I mean, you said it as early as Monday afternoon. He needs to change his routes out and maybe start going down the side of the board,
100.
especially the way his darts lie in the board and the angle of entry.
Said that about Sebastian Białecki in the past as well, because his darts lean to the right-hand side. And he had so many problems on double 16 and double 8. I
Yes,
implored him to go to tops and tens. And
85.
from Monday to Tuesday, when he employed it, his percentage went up exponentially.
Yeah, or 18s and 10s, because if they lean to the right, if they're on the outside,
100.
they're going to act as a guide.
You can change things on the fly, but there are certain things that we would advocate not to change. If you're here for a full week, changing equipment is a very hard thing to do. Changing mindset
100.
is a bit easier, but changing routes and giving yourself fresh outlooks on shots is the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, and like you say, you're spot on. A fresh look at something different.
60.
Just have a little word with Brian Rahman and ask him for a few tips on which way to go. But if you are going to leave 74 with 2 darts, maybe just leave the treble 8 bull shots to him.
140.
Super 140 from James down to the 117. It was a game we looked at when they priced these matches up, Nico, that
James, you've got
well,
117.
we raised a Brian Rahman eyebrow when they made James 11-8 and Alex 8-15.
Just checking that that's a single 20, which it is. Oh, James, what have you done? He's gone for the wrong treble. He's
Yeah,
hit
yeah.
the wrong treble. He's actually asked what he hit as well. I think he's just found himself in a mire of, I'm not sure what I had and what I needed to do.
77.
However, look on the bright side. You're sitting on tops with 3 darts in hand, minimum. So put that to the back of your mind and move on.
Yep. And your opponent's back on
96.
2-1-3, so
James, you've
no
required
damage
40.
done.
How ironic that Spellman's left 117. Is he going to get a look at it?
If he does, he probably takes it out. The
30.
fickle nature of our sport.
Alex, you require 117.
And it would have to be on tops as well. Let's find out. It's not going to happen. Van Bazin can count himself very fortunate. Oh, and there is that treble 19.
77.
You hate to see that as a dart
James,
player
you
when you've had
require
that
10.
bad first start. If only he'd found a single 20, he would have got a shot at tops.
James
But
Van
now it's
Bastian.
3-1 to the Belgian. This is a very strange first game of the day for these two, but
Fifth leg,
it's going
Alex throw
according to plan for
first.
James.
Game on.
Yeah, as expected, edgy.
Now, leg difference-wise in the table, you've got Spellman on +8 before this game is concluded.
58.
Van Bazin is on +4. That's why he's in 4th position. But if he wins this match, he will demote Alex to the bottom 3 for now, with Rahman to play Budgeon after this. And we know that Budgeon is
45.
giving himself too much to do. He'd have to go through the card today and hope for all sorts of lucky charms to come his way.
Yeah, the permutations would have to very much be in his favour.
85.
Here you can see James is right of centre on the hockey. And that's something that you've got to experiment with when you first start playing this game. What is the best position for you
100.
and what suits your eye? But sometimes what you don't think is good for you may be the best thing for you. You've got to try these things.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is how open or closed your body is in terms of your
125.
foot position and whether you turn your toe in or you're very much a Luke Humphreys and you're straight on. All that can play a massive part in terms of hockey position.
83.
Remember yesterday I was talking about Spellman and how his darts sit in the board, leaning right and flat, like Taylor's used to do in the earlier part of his career.
Yeah.
47.
He didn't figure out his optimum hockey position until 2010. And that's 20 years after he'd won his first world title.
Yeah, I developed this thing that was very much like a square. And it was completely flat, so I put that
45.
underneath the leading toe of a player. And then I'd almost look at an alignment from the shoulder, the elbow, the knee, and the foot all the way down, and then had a look at where the trailing leg was to see where they were in terms of their body position and whether they're too open, too closed, or ultimately stood in the wrong spot.
100.
If there is to be a next leg,
Requires 71.
I think it'd be very interesting to look at the hockey position of Alex, to see where he stands in comparison to that of Phil Taylor at the best part of his career. Double top.
51.
Missed low again.
James, you've got 128.
Can he win? The highest finish of the week, yeah, and those low darts are an indication of too much tricep, over grip, late release. Oh, unlucky. Needed the treble, of course. Single would have done, or kept the
83.
shot alive.
Alex, you require 20.
This is to keep the match alive.
Game shot on the fifth.
The game
leg.
is very much alive.
Alex Spellman.
However, James has the darts here in leg number 6. This is his best opportunity of serving it out.
To throw first. Game on.
This is not the kind of performance that we'd expect from Van Bazien, because I suppose after 2 days of action, we expect to see him averaging mid-80s. This is only high 70s.
Yeah.
And there you can see that Alex is standing dead centre.
Yep.
If you look at Phil Taylor at the 2010 Premier League final, when he got the multiple 9 darters,
58.
I've been told a story about him seeking advice before that particular final and indeed those playoffs. He started to stand a little bit more left of centre, and he played arguably one of the best games of his career. So I just wonder if that little bit of mimicry could help Spellman do exactly the same.
Well, with Taylor,
83.
his sighting point was, it became just left of the nose. So by moving left, it would create a more straighter throw, wouldn't it?
125.
He would almost have been throwing inside out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, because Mr. Taylor was left-eye dominant. Still is. Look at the way he throws darts, and the dart is actually drawn back
84.
towards his face, towards the left eye, not the right eye. So he's very much like Bobby George in that regard.
Yes.
If Alex is not going to find a 60,
and if
that's the first dart he wants. Oh, and it's the second time that's happened in this game.
And if you stand right, you'll be more inclined to go even further left to try and straighten things up, wouldn't you?
Exactly. So if I were to give Alex a tiny, tiny tip,
Just a couple of inches.
yeah, they can make all the difference.
140.
94, but James Van Bazien would make a very big difference in the table. He could bring his leg difference up to +6
60.
and bring
James, you've required
Alex's
94.
down to the same mark, but they will be 2 points apart.
For the match. 76 remaining. Doesn't have to do anything. Well. That's just...
36.
And then to stay there again. That's just so bad.
Somebody has burnt the tactics textbook. That really wasn't a good player, but now he is burnt a dart. Even if you just lay up for tops with 3 darts.
And now he's got to burn
55.
another one.
James, you've
It
required
might, be
leave
the
a double.
it might be the difference between winning and losing this game. Double top. Did he need 3 darts? He did.
48.
The thing is, Paul, when you do something like that, you know you've done wrong.
123.
And that can change your mindset going into the next turn.
Now this shot is on. It's still on. He needs another green.
140.
Fabulous try from Alex.
James, you've required 10.
But you have to hurdle double 12 to get to what is a match start at double 5.
Game,
And that's a
shot
vital
of the
2
match.
points for James Van
James
Bazien,
Van
but that
Bazien.
is a hammer blow to Alex Spellman, who is now 4 points behind the person at the top. That was a bit of a trudge at times, and maybe the sign of edginess between 2 people in the race to top this group. As for the other person who has got 1 game left in round number 1, who is possibly going to win this group, that's Brian Roman. He's taking on Lee Budgeon after this.
Welcome back to the third and final day of Group A action here at the Live Lounge. Lee Budgeon and Brian Rahman complete our opening round of fixtures. Budgeon actually the player to end the Belgians' run of victories yesterday. A really subdued display from Rahman, and Budgeon punished him very well indeed. You feel the Riddler will want to put a marker down in this one though, having seen two of his rivals pick up wins already today. As for Budgeon, too little too late for him and his hopes of Group B, you'd feel. So today is all about readying himself for the remainder of the week and a brutal Group C campaign. Guiding you through all the ebbs and flows in this one then, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, what you say about putting down a marker, I think one of these 6 has to put down a marker, Nico, and say, right, I'm winning this group by putting in a bit of a blistering performance. And the most likely to do that, you would feel, is Brian Rahman.
Based on previous behaviours as well, after what he did in his first couple of games yesterday. But he knows that Budgeon was better on Tuesday than Monday.
42.
If he starts well, the Riddler might be fired up for this one.
Want to be out for revenge.
60.
It's a word that goes around in this venue an awful lot because you play certain people an awful lot. There is a maximum amount of times that you can play somebody here in a week. That is 7 times. And if you do play someone 7 times, it's a really good thing.
Yeah, because it means you're in the final.
That is the dart that Lee Budgeon is trying to eliminate from his arsenal.
Yeah, it's
34.
There's almost a tightness, isn't there? It's almost like he knows the dart's
92.
bad or underthrown, and he just tries to do it on release. And well, Chisnell can do it somehow.
139.
Sometimes when you've got a lower elbow position and you're throwing somewhat up towards the target, it just comes out a little bit low. The natural reaction is for the shoulder to say, oh, let's see if we can jump it a little bit. This is a bit better.
100.
Tell you what, that wasn't far off from busting the score.
Catches that flight, Paul. We know what can happen.
87.
I've expected Brian to go 45 bull there with those last 2 darts. It's the kind of thing he's done this week. 5-5 for Lee.
They're a long, long way away. Again,
No
that low
28.
elbow position is conducive to low darts.
Game shot on the first
Brian
there.
Rahman steps
Brian
in and
Rahman.
says, thank you very much.
Second against
Yeah, that was a
Brian
bit of a
to throw
gift.
first.
Rahman just sneaks in with a 17-dart break of throw.
And
Now-
if you look at the Rahman throw, and
26.
again, you use that square and you put it under the armpit, it's perfect. Where Budgeon is very much from the chin,
56.
isn't he?
Yeah, you don't want to have that elbow position too far under the armpit.
You look at this one, Paul. It's spot on, isn't it?
Well, that elbow to the armpit region is
85.
perpendicular. It's exactly what you want.
Yeah.
Whereas the elbow here is probably a good 1.5 inches below there, which puts extra emphasis on the release point.
Yeah. I mean, the taller players
140.
tend to naturally have a slightly lower elbow position, but if you're around sort of, I mean, what's the perfect height for a player?
140.
5'9", 5'10" for that elbow, like you say, to be horizontal to the floor,
90.
or should I say the tricep, effectively, isn't it? The underarm. As you can see with the throw, the elbow stays in that one height position,
110.
doesn't deviate up and down at all. And James Wade started to go the other way. He started to bring his elbow too high for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Really struggled with that for a good season.
140.
Fun to leave tops here would be very welcomed, but
92.
that is super intelligent. He did have 60 yesterday, and he tried to do it when his opponent was not on a finish. But right there, just to eliminate the bust shot completely, because he could have hit his own flight.
140, Brian,
He went for the treble 12 to leave double 12.
I'd have gone the Hamilton route and gone for a
Gage on
small
the
20,
second
but
leg.
either way,
Brian Roman.
Roman's got it right, hasn't he? 2-0.
So assured. 217 daughters to start this first game of his day. When you consider we did get improvement from Budgeon yesterday, if you look at his numbers, they were still well under what we'd expect from him. We expect big things of him. He's been here plenty of times before.
Well, his average for the day yesterday, 81.56, and
100.
like you say, you can't pick when you're gonna have a dip in form. He's certainly having one at the moment.
And some of these qualifiers
60.
coming here this week have waited quite a long time to get here. Think of Kurt Parry, for instance. He qualified for this via the Champion of Champions event, winning that.
180.
Yeah, that was last year.
Yeah, that was
Summer last
4
year.
or 5 months ago.
I use the word summer loosely.
Oh, back-to-back 180s. Somebody's turned the fire into this game. That fire has just got hotter. Now, which way is he going to go for the 41? I don't like guessing with him anymore. He's gone conventional this time. And it is 3 legs to nil with that wonderful 11 dart leg. Statements being made.
Yeah, 45 darts used only to get to 3-0. 3 out of 4 on the doubles. Couple of maxes in there.
54.
This would mathematically eliminate Lee Budgeon from winning this group.
78.
It was extremely unlikely anyway.
Yeah.
But then again,
58.
never say never after that Moreno Blom incident from last year when he started a Group C day on a Friday in 5th and qualified.
140.
But you do need some odd things to happen when that is the case. 3 180s in this game.
100.
And Rahman is the man on the 180s here this week. He has got 21 for the week so far, compared to that of Parry, who's
45.
got 18 now. That's why we think in round 2, when they play each other, it could be a bucket full.
79.
I certainly feel like there's going to be a handful at least.
Needs another treble here. Just for his own comfort.
100.
Because you do fancy that Brian's got 6 starts from 210 to get this game won.
Yeah, he's left the Humphreys.
134. Lever 138.
Yeah, that won him the World Grand Prix. 138's not going to win this leg for Lee. He's in all sorts of trouble now. And when you consider that Brian is 75% on doubles, this could go.
76.
Interesting, he went for the ball with dart 2 on that 138 after the single 19. But it's double 18, his favourite.
40. Lever
See the wire move.
76 this time for Budgeon, and he's missed the single. He has recovered. Double 16.
44.
Almost a Herculean effort to keep this match alive, but it could be done. It is done. A wonderful performance from Brian Rahman. 3 very steady legs and 1 spectacular 11 darter to give him that 3-0 lead. But that is a statement made, and him being off the top of the table did not last long. In fact, it was only for about 40 minutes. He goes to the top on 16 points, and that leg difference has swollen as well to plus 17. Equal 16 darters for that 4-0 win. Give him a very good position ahead of that clash against Parry in Game 5. But before that, we've got Spellman trying to bounce back immediately against Tom van den Hogen to start round 2.
Tom van den Hogen returns to action next. Despite only registering one win this week, he did win more legs in his opening match today than he did over the course of his 5 games yesterday. He'll be looking to act as a bit of a spoiler in Group A and could still have a big say in who qualifies for finals night via this campaign. He's taking on one of the players still just about in contention in Alex Spellman, but having lost his opener today, he needs a win here. Just signs in his opener that he's overthinking things at the back end of legs, getting quite tight and tense throw in for a leg. Can he put in a more clinical performance this time around? Let's find out with Nico and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Well,
First leg,
Nico,
it's Tom to throw first.
neither will have
Game
fond memories
on.
of this tie yesterday.
Not at all. This was the game that gave us the 39 dart leg, which is the longest in Super Series history. But it's a different
49.
day. Let's see what happens this time. Again, Tom van den Hogen is not under pressure, but Alex is. If he harbours any ambition of winning this group, this is a must-win. And you've got to say, Mace, 4 wins from 4 from here
60.
are a must.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the form that Roman has just shown and the comfortable
40.
nature in which he produced that 4-0 win makes me think he is the man to beat.
And one of the reasons why we fancied Alex Spellman to do well this
125.
week is because after making his PDC World Championship debut on the 20th of December,
49.
he was eliminated in round 1, but my word, he really did test a very good Ryan Joyce. Joyce was fabulous in the last couple of sets of that game, but Spellman was very much in it the first couple of sets.
Absolutely.
He averaged
And
95.46 in that game, and Joyce had average over 100.
And again, the preparation would have started for that, played there, flown home, no doubt, played locally, flown back, played Q school. I presume he's been home and then flown back to here, and he maybe just be suffering a little bit of burnout, Nico.
And he's got to work.
Well, yeah, in between all of that.
121. Alex requires 76.
Seeing this finish of 76 quite a lot in the last few minutes. See how Alex can handle it. Well, it's going to be double 4. Seems to me like 56 is going to be the
72.
treble.
Tommy Rick 105.
If he can get it, more
Deadly
often
on
than
that.
not.
Deadly on those 16s on cricket. Tops.
That double
41.
effort, I can
Alex
get
requires
behind.
4.
Yeah, can't really get behind the 48.
No score.
Well, the rarely hit double 17
Tommy requires 64.
is found by mistake. This is why I don't like the 48 with 1 dart left on 80.
44. Alex
You
requires
basically, if you don't find the treble, reduce yourself
James
to
on the
1 dart
first
a double instead of
4.
2.
Alex Spellman.
But Spellman takes the leg, takes the break of throw, a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Alex.
He
to throw
needed to win the
first.
match.
Game on.
There's something I want to talk about in relation to things that we've already seen today. Predominantly in this part of Europe, and I'm talking about the UK,
28.
France, the Netherlands, Belgium, strong areas of Europe that are predominantly now steel-tip darts.
140.
We have seen today people wasting darts. And when I went to the Far East with Adrian Gray and Fallon Sherrick and hung out with the likes of Tenku Shah from
58.
Malaysia and Boris Kruchma and Haruki Muramatsu and Makuru Suzuki and those kind of people, I also met a lot of Americans
78.
who played predominantly soft-tip darts. And the one phrase that echoed through that massive arena in Hong Kong was, in this format, you don't waste a single dart.
No, well, very much
29.
on the soft tip. It's not what you hit; it's what you miss.
Correct. How long will it be until everybody who
40.
plays the steel tip game starts to heed that warning?
Yeah, I mean, I may have done it out of frustration in the past, but if I'm in that situation, which we've seen already
85.
today, where you've gone for the double, if you miss it, you've got to go for a treble. You can't stay there.
And there are different levels of
60.
not wasting a dart as well. leave 2 darters instead of 3 darters, use the board to its full capability.
Yeah, play percentages.
I looked at players like Paul Lim
60.
and Krutchmer and Chris Lim, Paul's son, playing soft tip, and I thought they just don't waste any single shot. Alex Reyes is another one as well, great soft tip player.
43.
And when they, and again, not just in 501, but in the cricket game, that one wasted dart ultimately will cost you the match in cricket because they're just so advanced.
70. Tommy Rock 140.
This is one of those occasions where you don't have to take the check out, but he might anyway.
120.
Biggest of the week, 122, in that solitary win against Lee Budgeon on Monday afternoon. We'll come back for double 10.
20.
For an immediate break back. I think that's a little close. Don't listen to me.
Game shot on the
Well,
second leg.
yeah, he's having a second
Tom
look. I'm
Van Den
not
Hogen.
quite sure that's... If anywhere it was going to be in the bottom end,
Delegates
but
Tom
it
to
somehow
go first.
squeezed
Game on.
in the top, and it didn't even brush against the previous dart. I'm not quite sure how that's found the target.
You know what? That first dart at double 10 has done a Mr. Anderson.
133.
And I'm not talking about Gary. I'm talking about the guy from The Matrix. He's done the old bullet dodger thing there, saying, yep, just go past and get yourself in there. You know Neo's real name in The Matrix?
I do not.
180.
Technically, it was Tom. Thomas A. Anderson. And he was a computer programmer, which, funnily enough, Alex Spellman is.
134.
That's a much better first start from Alex. That's exactly what he's looking for. Takes a lot of pressure off the rest of the visit when you can
100.
find that really good first start. He only walks away with a ton, but it's still very solid.
Well, we do put so much
22.
emphasis on the importance of dart one, whether it be in the treble or in the ideal position. Now, his ideal position is there if he misses, because he can build off of that dart.
140.
Case in point.
Build it and it will come.
42. Alex, you require 81.
Famous words from a movie involving Kevin Costner. Field of Dreams.
Very apt.
Double 13.
Game shot.
Very
on the
good
third
indeed.
leg.
Yeah,
It-
that'll make him
Alex
feel a
Spellman.
whole lot better.
His celebration there was so muted, but it spoke numbers because
Full leg, it's Alex
he's saying to
throw
himself,
first.
well, where's that been?
Game on.
Oh, I can still play. It was a beautifully constructed 12 dart leg, it has to be said. 180 ton, 140, 81 out.
59.
Now you've just got to replicate that. And we've used that word replicate an awful lot this week. But when he lost to James Van Bazine in game 2, miraculously,
56.
the highest checkout that Van Bazine had in that second game was 13. The highest checkout of the match came from Alex of 20. It's definitely not
43.
been a week of high checkouts.
No. Maybe they'll come later in the week. Watch out, Thursday and Friday, the 170s piling in.
140.
You might get that kind of thing from the likes of Darren Webster, Chris Quantock, Tom Lonsdale. That will be a list of 3 players who will join us from Thursday night.
92.
One person in this match is definitely going to be up against Tom Sykes, James Wilson and Connor Scott.
98.
But there is a risk, of course, that if Spellman does not get a move on over the next couple of hours, that he could be in Group C as well.
Not good for him. Great for us.
100.
Great for the viewer.
A lot of people think that the hardest group to win in a week is Group C.
40.
Yeah, just by nature of it being a 6-player field, 3 fresh players coming in and only 2 to qualify.
The margin for error is very, very small.
Yeah, only 10 games.
125. Tommy Rock 167.
This one's not going to go, so Spellman has a chance for 3-1. These are the kind of finishes when your
Alex Require 82.
form has been up and down, where you can just get a nice tidy 25, just like that, a nice steady single 17, just like that, and a nice clean tops.
Yep.
42.
And again, because of the
Tommy Require 89.
because he's been under so many times, he's overpitched. This is for a break back.
73. Alex Require
Scared
40.
it.
Doesn't have the matrix dart this time, does he? Spellman really doesn't like tops at the minute.
Sure, it's got a bit of matrix about it, I think.
8.
Yes, it does, because it's all vertical.
Tommy Require 16.
There you go. You've just been given an idea for a dart shirt by Chris Mason, Alex.
Game shot
That's in, and it's 2-2.
Tom van den Hogen.
But there's only one person on the stage right now who is seething, and he's American.
Yeah, he will be
Fifth leg is Tom to throw
absolutely
first.
boiling.
Game on.
Saying to himself, what on earth is going on? We've all been there. All got the T-shirt.
100.
I've gone into matches where I just feel like I can't miss. Yeah, game on. Can't hit a thing.
Have you ever had a game that's been the other way
45.
around, where your practice has been awful, but
Yep.
then you've gone up and you've played really well?
Yeah, many, many times. One in the Grand Prix,
61.
playing Dellert. And the Grand Prix, of course, the double start format. And if you've got a little bit of doubt in your game, that's the last format you want to be playing. And I felt like I
96.
hardly missed a trick in the whole match. And I walked off and thought, I don't get it. Because I couldn't hit a thing in practice. It was all ropey, all over the shop.
80.
Yeah, I concur with my UK Open debut back in 2009. Up in the practice room with Mervyn King and a few other people, I was genuinely terrified going into my game with Gary Anderson because
100.
I was playing terribly. I was really not in a good place, and I thought, why on earth have I got the main stage today? I went up there and I played really well.
34.
Yeah, I had one when the year I beat 80 at the UK Open. I beat him at, it was 11-9, 11-8, 11-9. So a long game. I averaged 112 and a half. Absolutely buzzing.
140.
Taylor was doing the draw, and they said, "Oh,
126.
don't you want to play in the quarters?" And he said, "Oh, Mason, I want to stay away from him until the final." Of course, I ended up getting Taylor and played like an absolute wally. Jank.
58. Alex Require 120.
Well, Alex, you've got the biggest finish of the week of 127. This is marginally easier.
Well,
100.
he's flirting
Tommy
here,
Require
Nico,
68.
with being down 3-2.
Tom van den Hogen is causing people problems today. He's already caused problems
64.
for Kurt Parry,
Alex Require
taking
20.
him all the way. Spellman doesn't need tops anymore,
Game shot on the fifth leg. Alex Spellman.
but it is 3-2. Very similar standard to what we got from them yesterday.
Sixth leg, it's Alex. to
Sub
throw
80
first.
average stuff.
Game on.
You can see from that gesticulation from Alex that he knows exactly what's going on. It's the line of the dart that he just can't figure out.
Yeah. And it may be a case, as we spoke of yesterday,
43.
you're sometimes fully aware of what's going wrong, but when you can't put or pinpoint which element of your throw is
59.
breaking down, it leaves you, well, almost flabbergasted.
As each week of darts
134.
comes to its conclusion, we always look to what's next. Last weekend, we saw the conclusion of the Bahrain
48.
Darts Masters, won by Luke Littler. We had week 9 won by Wayne Jones here. We also had a big event in the City of Sin, they call it, isn't it? Las
97.
Vegas. And we
They
did
do.
have North American winners over there. Fallon Sherrick won both of the ladies' singles events in 501, and she won the cricket as well. But in the 501 events
62.
in the men's division, 2 Canadian winners. One was Jacob Taylor, who made a final against Luke Littler here. in a previous series, and Jeff Smith won the other one. So congratulations to both Canadians.
Yeah, and Jeff Smith was beaten by Jacob Taylor in the other final. The Spellman.
127.
That is the highest finish, but sadly that wasn't a finish for Tom. That leaves 78.
Just the 20s where he's getting that drift. It's all over the board. But he does drift to the left on that double 12. That's a very good climax there. Highest finish of this game is 87, and that was what you just seen. He's having a small conversation with the dartboard at the minute, which is basically the receptacle of everything you throw out, Alex. Well, 82.38 is the average in that one. He's not pleased with his performance, but he'll be happy about the fact that he's back in the top 3 in the table just by leg difference. So when we come back, it will be the biggest game of the group so far between Parry and Rahman. Do not miss that. It's coming up shortly.
Well, we were waiting for someone to put down a bit of a marker this morning, and Brian Rahman certainly did that in his opener, didn't he? A 4-0 win, an average just shy of 94. There was an 11-dart leg in there as well. Really impressive stuff. Can he replicate it here in what is a really crucial top of the table tie, taking on Kurt Parry, who also played well in his opener this morning, coming through a decider, and as a result both players are level on 16 points. The Belgian does have the advantage though of a vastly superior leg difference. Expect heavy scoring, expect it to be pretty rapid, and expect high quality. Also expect Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason to keep you well informed throughout. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, this is a match that, when we've seen the schedule of play for today, a game that myself and Nico were intrigued by. I'm going to call it this early, 60. Nico. Winner of this game wins the group.
Could well be.
96.
If you establish an opinion about this game before many darts are thrown, fair enough. But just remember,
100.
that Kurt Parry has won both of their meetings this week by tight margins. Both games excellent to watch.
60.
Well, it's just got such a lovely pace to it, isn't it? This is the kind of games that you get the opportunity to commentate on them. You can
100.
really enjoy the flow and the rhythm, as will the players.
59.
Alex Spellman winning the previous match by 4-2 against Tom van den Hogen was a good thing for him, but there's nothing he can do here in stopping someone getting from 18 points.
130.
Because both of them are on 16. There is going to be a 4-point cushion no matter what happens in this fixture.
I was about to say at the end of that leg, if there was
111.
ever a more unconvincing 87 finish, I don't think I've seen it before. Treble 3
59.
going for the treble 17, just squeeze in the treble 18 in the bottom corner, and then in the corner of double 12. But
100.
all of those
52.
elements are irrelevant. He gets the 2 points. Double 16 for a hold of throw.
44.
Well, it's
Okay,
Roman's
require
turn
90.
to miss doubles.
Kurt's going to win this game. The doubles have got to be good.
65.
Didn't even think about the
Ronnie
treble there,
McGuire,
Nico.
8.
I like that play a lot. And to guarantee shots.
Game shot on the first.
But he doesn't
leg.
win the first leg.
Brian
He
Roman.
must break Roman at some point. He wants to be on top of the table after
Second against
2 rounds
Kurt
of
to
play
throw
here today.
first.
And Roman will be aware of his record this week against Parry.
140.
He seems to have a fair bit of intensity in the eyebrows in this one.
Well,
45.
with Roman, you can make him, you can force him into trying too hard,
100.
but you've got to produce big numbers. So easier said than done.
I had a little chat
58.
with Kurt Parry this morning about a couple of things. One, he was adamant he's not going to tell us where he got the shoes. So anybody out there who wants to get a pair of shoes like Kurt's,
140.
no luck. He says, I don't want anybody else rocking up in them, which is completely fair enough. And also the
98.
symbol on his shirt is for
121.
autism, a charity that's close to his heart. So that's the high five symbol for autism. And I just wanted to
41.
identify that because he likes to raise awareness for that charity.
Yeah, the Smith Boxing Brothers do an awful lot
83.
for
Go you require 80.
the Autism Awareness Charity.
And get around that flight if you can.
40.
I think he almost, not necessarily threw the dart away, but just put one over.
97.
He could have gone for an 8.
Go you require 40.
Did he double 16? Wouldn't have been out of the question. Double 5.
30.
Just like
Ronnie
yesterday.
McGuire, 120.
Spending too much time on tertiary doubles. And Rahman might pick his pocket. This is a difficult single. Finds it. Difficult double. Which side do you want?
Oh, he's had a look right. He's now gone left.
80. Go you
One
require
of the
10.
problems of having that upright angle of attack in the board. One of the benefits is you get guides like that.
5. Brian
But the shoulders
40.
shrug.
Yeah, 8 darts at a double in this match already, and none hit.
Both on double 5. He knows how big a dart this is.
30. Go you require 5.
Didn't like the pause there, mate. Not when you're a rhythm thrower.
No score.
Oh my.
Brian require
He's had a couple of
6.
darts like that this week. He's missed that single by almost an inch and a half.
Game shot on the second.
And he's
leg.
paid the price.
Brian
Yeah.
Roman.
Punished.
This is not the game I expected, but it is a sign of just
Gonna
how
give
much
Brian to throw
both of these
first.
players
Game
want
on.
to have the next 2 days off and watch everybody else go through the pressure mire.
Yeah, they're aware of the importance of winning this particular game.
92.
Matches for Brian Roman up next will be against Tom. Kurt will
92.
be playing James. This is match number 5 of 15.
59.
Will be the conclusion today of Group A. So we will then know
82.
our first player in to Saturday night's final, and we'll know where everybody else is going in terms of groups B and C.
You know how earlier we were talking
60.
about how if you place somebody, as you see those Bobby Dazzlers right there, I'm trying to get a look at the logo. I don't even think there is one, you know. They might even be custom
60.
made. But we talked about the possibility of playing the same player 7 times in a week. That's ideal because you know you'll be in the final. But if you're in Group A, you only want to play 19 games in the week.
140.
In the group stage and 4 on Saturday night. You don't want to have to play 29, which is something that
85.
Sebastian
Round number
Białecki's done before to win a week.
Something I did, and I think I pretty much played almost
98.
every leg possible. It felt like it on Sunday morning.
I can imagine what the
95.
sign
Round
said on
number
your bedroom
52.
door on the Sunday. Leave me alone. 6 for Brian. That was an over-delivered dart. But look on the bright side.
Game
It's
shot in the
3-0.
third leg. Brian Roman.
Can't do no wrong. Well, we expected this one to be
Game on.
a close encounter.
Yeah, Brian has apologised there for going for the 20 and hitting the tops.
180.
There's the maximum from Kurt Parry that you get in most of his encounters. But I like that bit of sportsmanship
97.
there from Brian. But it does put the little twist on the sword because we haven't had a double hit from Kurt in this match. And Brian goes and hits tops and
100.
double 6. It just makes you feel a bit salty, doesn't it?
Yeah, people say about it's not an apology, it's an acknowledgement of.
96.
Yeah, I can understand why you'd feel a little salty after that.
Yeah, it's a bit like having a neck cord that goes in the middle of a rally.
180.
Well, Parry's found the purple patch, but he's finding it at 3-0 down.
Yeah, he's got form for this, though.
81. Okay, required 41.
16.
Already come back from 3-0
9.
once this week.
Hit that against somebody averaging around this. However,
85.
that person
Okay,
was not
required
Brian Roman.
32.
8.
24.
This
Running
is
back
becoming a problem.
142.
13 darts at a double and no hits. Where's he going to go with the next one? 2 of those leaves double
Game
14, and that is the
shot and the
biggest finish of the
match.
week.
Brian
And it finishes
Roman.
the biggest game of the week so far. Now Brian Roman is at the top of the table on 18 points, but that 4-0 win has put a cataclysmic situation into the pocket of Kurt Parry. His leg difference has gone to +4. Roman has gone to +21. He's taken a giant step in towards Saturday with that 4-0 win. We'll talk more about the repercussions of that when we come back, when James Van Bissien, or James Van Bezien, as we know him now, will take on Lee Budgeon at the end of round number 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. James Van Bazien and Lee Budgeon up next. The Belgian was far from his best in his first match today, but managed to claim a crucial 4-2 victory to keep himself well in contention. As for Budgeon, he was blown away by the other Belgian in the field a little earlier, was only afforded 4 darts at the outer ring, was unable to pin any of them. Van Bazien has won both of their meetings so far this week. Can he complete the hat-trick in this one? Let's find out with Nico and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Well, they've all seen Brian Roman just put down a bit of a marker. Back-to-back 4-0 wins, Nico. Highest checkout of the week. First player to hit 18 points and a leg difference of plus 21. His nearest rival on the table is Kurt Parry on 16 points. He's now just on plus 4.
Yes, this one's all about James. He can find a win in this game, he would actually go to second position. So we can't forget about the possibility that Van Bazien can actually win this group. He does have a game against Roman in game 13, which is their final game of the day. So, interestingly,
81.
if that game has the group on it, that would make for a very fitting climax here in week 10.
Yeah,
28.
the reason why I felt that the winner of that last game would ultimately top the table, just looking at the run-in and the pressure that Roman is going to be able to put on the rest of the field. After this game, he's straight back in action, which will suit him perfectly. Just probably a 15, 20-minute break at the most. And then he'll be facing Tom, who, with all due respect, I don't expect him to
59.
cause Brian any trouble at all. And he could potentially then put an even bigger gap between himself and the field.
If you'd have said to Brian before game 5 that he was going to average 81.24, what do you think his response to that would be?
Unlikely.
125.
But if I win, I'll take it.
That's for Budgeon right now. He's had a very tumultuous couple of days. What do you think he's thinking at the minute?
140.
Get me in Group C with a fresh start and that reset mentality.
Maybe it's a good thing that that group starts a little later as well. Some people just don't like playing in the morning.
No.
89.
No, it just feels, I mean, although over the years you play all the tournaments, but this is a completely different thing. You'll be doing it maybe, you play on the Friday
94.
night at the normal holiday camp
106.
type tournaments, and yes, you play Saturday morning, and then if you played the pairs on the Sunday morning, and in the afternoon be the other singles. But when you're playing day in, day out, getting into the venue around 7:30 in the morning, it certainly takes it
74.
out of you.
That's an interesting approach there from James. It's the second time he's done that today, trying to go for a double 18 to leave a double. And the second time he's done it when an opponent is not on a finish.
140. James, you've acquired 32.
Risky business.
Very good Tom Cruise movie. Already established that James does not look like Tom Cruise. He looks like
James
Ming
on
the
first
Merciless.
leg. James Van
That's a
Bazien.
really, really good first leg from James Van Bazien.
Second against Lee.
Tidy enough.
Game on.
On throw.
I've got a really good shirt idea for James, based on the correct pronunciation of his name. Get a shirt that says, "Have you seen
97.
James Van Bazien?" Just a nice little rhyme, isn't it?
I think I'd go with the whole Ming the Merciless look. I'd go for it with on the back of it, a thing with Ming the Merciless on the back.
100.
Technology now, which you can have anything on your shirt, can't you? Any design.
Currently thinking about that. Trying to establish my next
140.
bit of chemisery. I think that's a word I've just made up. A little bit of French in there. But gone are the days where dart shirts used to be very hard to come by.
Oh, the alternative is them
100.
horrible polyester things that you'd stick to as soon as you got an ounce of sweat on. Horrendous things.
I remember getting one of my first dart shirts before I
94.
turned pro, and The amount of static electricity that was attached to it would have got Richard Branson over the Atlantic.
Well, my mother used to design firemen's protective clothing. So she would actually make the very first one. So I actually used to wear dress shirts, and my mum would just cut the sleeves off and turn it into a short sleeve shirt.
Yeah, I used to do that myself with the shirt and tie.
Yeah.
I couldn't get the right colours for the short sleeve shirts I wanted, so I bought long sleeve and got them tailored.
Yeah.
Wants to leave 101 to put pressure on that shot
45.
of Budgeon, but that
Leave requires
is not what
70.
he was pursuing. A 1-1. It will be tops for Lee.
30.
I've just
James
seen our
Maguire,
biggest finish, the 1-4-2 from Roman. Well, this would trump that.
No such joy for the man with the spearmint-coloured flights.
60. Leave
No missing
require
them, that's for
40.
sure. Bet they would glow in the dark, those things.
Do look a little bit luminous, don't they?
Had a few darts at double 10 like this week.
Game shot on the
This one is a
leg.
perfect guide. I'm
Lee
sure he
Budgeon.
threw that from the left-hand side of the oche to open it up.
Such a good dart, and it's such a good feeling for your confidence
The
when
lead
you
is James to throw first.
slide one down
Game
the
on.
side.
Can you imagine us having a glow-in-the-dark tournament? Turn the lights off. Got to have glow-in-the-dark stuff to be seen. I wouldn't be surprised. You can get glow-in-the-dark mini golf these days.
Yep.
60.
Budgeon's performance level this week so far has been
100.
somewhat under par, but we have seen in the past people not perform to their best in Group A, but find something in the next 2 days before Saturday. Moreno Blom has done it. We've mentioned him before. Kieran Tian, who was the first winner in this room on September the 3rd,
140.
2022. He was bottom of Group A and then ended up winning the week. And it wasn't
58.
a very easy week at all. He had the likes of Diogo Portela, Martin Adams, James Hurrell to go through that night. And in fact, everybody here at the Super Series would like to extend a congratulations to James Hurrell for winning a tour card.
Yes. Yeah. Congratulations, James.
85.
Good to see.
I think he's going to cause people problems. He is a very patient and very solid dart player.
Yeah, methodical and measured, isn't he?
100.
Just by their very nature of play, they're that type of player. They're always tough to beat.
Do you know who I think is going to benefit the most from James Hurrell going on tour? Jim Williams, because they're best buds. And I think having those allies can have all sorts of benefits.
Well, you and I both know the importance
135.
of the players' table and the company you keep. It can be a very integral part of having that support system.
180. James, you require 81.
There's that snarl as he goes for the 81. Looks good to me. Looks good to him. Double 12. Make that 180 from Budgeon completely irrelevant.
Well, on the inside wire. That's a super
James
dart.
on the third leg.
Yeah, a
James
nice
Van
celebration from Ming.
As the week goes on,
Fourth leg, it's
he
Lee to
just
throw first.
starts to
Game.
look a little bit more Highbrechts like, just showing that spirit, and that's fine.
Absolutely.
What's that line in
84.
Snatch? It's not a tickling contest, is it? Can you imagine there being a movie about darts in the theme of Snatch? From Guy Ritchie. There's a gauntlet laid down for you, Guy. Make a movie like The Gentleman or Snatch or Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels
121.
in the theme of darts.
Well, there has been threats over the years to make a proper decent darts movie, but I've seen some trailers and they've been
100. 180.
Didn't that? Oh, what's his name who did that? 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. What's his name? Not Will Meller, the other guy.
I know the guy you mean, I just don't know his name.
Something Little? Rolf Little? No. Yeah, Rolf Little.
100.
Yeah, they did one. I remember them being at Lakeside doing some filming, and I seen a sort of a preview of it. It was absolutely garbage.
So maybe question of the day could be for our watching audience. If you are to have a darts movie directed by Guy Ritchie, who would you want to star in it?
It's all about the storyline, isn't it? Which kind of pathway are you going to go down? Are you going to go down the Rocky style movie, or are you going to go down the Champ?
You know, I would have it based on the true story of Rob Cross.
Yeah.
For the first year.
Yeah.
Starting when he wakes up thinking, I don't really want to go to that qualifier in Norwich.
And it was his uncle, wasn't it? Getting him out of bed. Come on, we're going.
Yeah,
he was going to O'Reilly's qualifier.
Yeah, 12 months later, he's lifting the Sidwell Trophy. That would make a great movie. So who would play Rob Cross in that movie? That's the question of the day. Angle 12 would be the target, but he's changing his tactic. It seems like every other leg. Sometimes he's leaving tops. Sometimes he's leaving 16s.
Well, I think be reactive. If you don't feel like you're hitting a certain double, give yourself. It was something you said yesterday. Give yourself a fresh look, freshen things up.
Seems to be working for Lee in this game.
And I got a great part in that film, or a great story for that film when I went down to Rob Cross's pretty much hometown. A friend of his asked
41.
if I was staying down there for the Worlds at the Tavern, and said, "Oh, could you come and have a practice with this kid? I think he's pretty good. I'm thinking about sponsoring and managing him. Could you come and have a session with him?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "All right." In the end, so I agreed. I didn't really want any distractions in my preparation for the Worlds, and I went down. I played. It was okay. I was not far off, sort of being in really good nick. And I went, "Nah, I don't think he'll make it."
54.
It was Rob Cross. Oh, God, how have I got a job as a pundit?
I also remember at the start of his first Pro Tour season being in a car with two people travelling to Barnsley. And one person said, Rob Cross is going to have a great season. The other person said, I don't think he's going to keep his card. They had a little side bet, or a little prop bet of one thought that he would succeed and keep his card. 46. The other one said, not really sure, don't think he's going to do it. Within about 6 months, they said, okay, I was wrong and you were right. But you were also in the commentary box for that incredible game with Michael van Gerwen at the Alexandra Palace.
Yeah, it was remarkable. It's a great story, and ironically, the guy that managed me in probably some of the best moments of my career it now looks after Rob Cross, Rab Bain.
Not to mention, if you're going to have a cameo in that movie,
55.
Person to your left in that commentary box was the great Jim Proudfoot.
Yeah. He's a pretty decent commentator. I taught him everything he knows. Yeah, what an honour that was for us. I remember we were going, with the first time we worked with him, we went to, it was Hatfields, wasn't it? And they said, "Oh, we've got someone to commentate with me," and you were absolutely starstruck.
Oh, I was like Homer Simpson looking at a donut. Jim is idol of mine.
60.
You've got to have those muses, whether you're a player, commentator, someone who works in the industry. You've got to have inspiration. Such a huge word. And the inspiration for James is that he's very much part of the race if he gets one more leg in this contest. But he's got one enormous problem. It's all about leg difference now. He is massively behind his countryman in Brian Roman, who is swimming in an infinity pool 45. Of comfort with plus 21.
Well, I'm not going to let you into the whole of my Super Series quickfire questions, which I did a little earlier with very little notice, unfortunately. But one of the questions I was asked, and I'm going to put it to you, and I will tell you the answer to mine. who was the most influential in regards to
100.
myself getting involved with commentary, and my pick was Dave Lanning, because he was incredibly generous with his time and advice over the years that I worked with him.
180.
Who was yours in that area?
I wasn't asked that question.
Oh, well, I am.
I was asked who my punditry idol was. And you'll have to go to the MODUS Super Series YouTube
100.
or social feeds to find out the answers to those questions. But in relation to commentary, I owe everything to Dave Allen at the
59.
PDC. He gave me my first shot, but that was in 2016 after I had a bit of a sample at the 2012 European Championship, where I got to work with James Fielding, who was a producer there, fabulous commentator himself now. I worked with Ray Stubbs, who was so
55.
inspiring for those few days. I worked with John Parr, Stuart Pike, and Jim Proudfoot. Jim, from day one, has always been someone I've always looked up to, and it's got to be Jim for me.
59.
Although you're not the tallest in the world, you actually would look down to him.
Strongest handshake of
Yeah.
anybody I've ever met. Shake hands with Jim, and honestly, you're shaking your wrist afterwards.
Yeah, he
9.
does. He
Leave a
does everything at
158.
110%.
Doesn't he just? Looks like this one's going to go the distance. Another one of those will be handy.
134.
Leaves himself on double 12. And Van Bazien is going to have a really big task on his hands. If Budgeon finds 2 12s, it'll have to be our second game won
100.
in 7 legs
Leave
today.
required 24.
Because we did have that in the first game between Parry and Van den Hogen. At least got to find double 6 first,
Game
which
shot
he
the
does.
sixth flag.
We go the distance.
Lee Budgeon.
Averages are as such, and all of the
7
180s have come
final
from the
against
man from
James to
Hull,
throw first.
or as they say,
Game
all.
on.
Yeah, it's interesting over the years who you bizarrely end up getting to. I mean, I was very fortunate. I worked with Ray, of course, at the Beeb, and then I got to work with Gwynny, Lanning,
55.
Sid, obviously. But the bizarre one for me, and I actually didn't know what he looked like, and I got to work with Peter Drury at ITV, and so we were actually, I think
115.
we were doing something at a venue, but we didn't actually have a commentary box in the venue. So we're basically doing it off tube, but on site. So I sort of sat down and said, "Oh, you're working with this guy called Peter," and I'm like, "Oh God, here we go." I wonder what you always fear the worst.
60.
So now I've sort of sat down and I've just had a nod off this guy, and I'm down doing my usual stuff with my notes and doing some last minute prep. And anyway, I'm getting the countdown in your headphones, and
60.
show starts, and all of a sudden he starts commentating. I was, oh my God, it's Peter Drury. And I just didn't know what to say or do.
And he's
And he
just
was
that good, isn't he?
Oh, he was absolutely. You'd think he was a darts commentator. He was absolutely brilliant, remarkably good, and what a lovely guy. And again, like most of them
100.
sort of top tier broadcasters, so valuable with their time and advice.
Now is the time for James to be valuable on that 60. What he would give for a 140.
100.
He needs a mistake from Lee. He's thinking, come on, Lee, please hit 45 here. It might just happen.
Mystic Nico.
45.
Lottery numbers for Friday, please, pal.
I think that's the first time I've ever called a 45. Very much in the hands of Van Bazien now.
58.
That was the right switch. But
Probably would have gone earlier.
But unfortunately, he's left that really tricky 128.
One of these shots, I never know if I'm happier to hit the treble or hit the 18.
And we aren't getting a lot of ton plus finishes over the last couple of days. We've had 2
Yeah, 2 in 2 days. One yesterday,
in
one
20
today.
games.
68. James
So this is
Brown,
unlikely.
28.
but how much he would welcome it.
Shots on and it's perfect. Left bags and acres of room. Double 10.
Doesn't need that flight.
118.
He thought the game was up.
They require
But if
113.
Budgeon comes in here and denies him 2 points, this is brilliant news for Brian Rahman.
Treble 18. Gets it. Tops. Oh, what a way to finish.
Lee Budgeon.
After saying how few ton plus outs we've had, we've just seen one miss for the match on 128. Lee Budgeon stepping in, taking out the 1-1-3 to nick it by 4 legs to 3. Decent game, 87-92 for James Lee, 85-38. When we come back, an opportunity for Brian to extend his lead as he takes on Tom.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Budgeon has just taken out a superb 113 to get the better of James Van Buzian in a decider. And we can take a little look at the 6 results that we've seen so far. He really is having a say, isn't he, in which Belgian progresses through to finals night at the moment. As for Alex Spellman, he's been far from convincing in his opening 2 games today. Seems quite frustrated and bemused by the level he's producing at the moment, especially at the back end of legs. But in terms of qualifying for finals night, one of the most crucial contests of the week so far, you can see it was game number 5 of the day. Brian Rahman getting the better of Kurt Parry. Rahman taking on Kurt Parry in what was a really massive match. Both were level on 16 points in the table at that point. We expected high quality. We expected it to be a tight tungsten tussle, but it was incredibly edgy until Rahman took out a superb 1-4-2 to get over the line, and he is yet to drop a leg today. That result coming, of course, after Kurt Parry had missed 13 darts at the outer ring in that one. Let's have a look then at what those fixtures have done to the league standings. We came into today's play and things were looking very tight at the top. They still are, but it's Brian Rahman who has the advantage. As I mentioned, he's yet to drop a leg today, and look at that leg difference, plus 21 in that column. That could actually account for an extra point or two in the race. Kurt Parry on 16 points. He squandered opportunities to put himself level. Alex Spellman and James Van Bussien on 14 points. And then Lee Budgeon and Tom van den Hogen are going to be competing in Group C. As for Brian Rahman, then he has an opportunity on in the next match to extend his lead at the top of the table. Can he do that against the man who's currently bottom of the standings in Tom van den Hogen? Let's get back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, it's a really interesting dynamic in the table now, and maybe for Brian, it's an excellent thing that he's coming straight back to the hockey, like Mace mentioned earlier, and coming back against the player that he's expected to beat comfortably. Now, we do have head-to-head records of the first 2 days coming into Wednesday, and there were 12 of the fixtures that were currently standing at 2-0 to a certain player. Only 3 of them
First
were
leg,
one
it's
all.
Tom to throw first.
This was not one of those,
Game
because
on.
Brian has won both of their encounters over the first couple of days, and if he gets a third, well, it's going to be 20 points for him, and everybody behind him has
58.
got an awful lot of work to do.
Yeah, and he'll be looking to hand out
43.
his third bagel of the day, yet to drop a single leg, Nicole.
You just reminded me of... This is
42.
part of who I am. I'm a real movie nerd.
Inside the mind of Paul Nicholson.
Have you
There's
ever
a movie.
Nobody wants to see that.
95.
You ever seen a movie called 40 Days and 40 Nights with Ethan Hawke? There's a character in that movie called the Bagel Guy.
83.
And they say, oh, he knows everything. Well, maybe Brian Rahman is the Bagel Guy, because he just hands them out.
63.
On the rare night off, myself and Charlotte get, she's mad for movies. I'm not really. We always out. Oh, do you want to watch a movie? Yeah. What are we watching? Oh, I don't know. You pick one. And I really should say to you, right, give me a definitive
95.
top 10 movies to watch. You'll have to do me a list.
Well, some of them would be fairly old. Top of the list would have to be
21.
Roman Holiday.
45.
Not seen it.
Tommy Record,
Great movie.
97.
Audrey Hepburn. Tremendous film. Is this a tremendous leg? Oh, it
Game shot on
is.
the first
Brian
leg.
Rahman has lost
Tom
his
van den
first leg of the day.
Yeah.
Tom van den Hogen.
The bagels are out the window.
If we're going to
Second
go
is Brian
based
to
on
reverse.
the people
Game.
in this game, some of those movies would have to be, well, Crocodile Dundee because of Van den
93.
Hogen. Paul Hogan is the star, of course.
Life of Brian?
Life of Brian, the Monty Python movie, and
100.
the third Batman movie with Val Kilmer, Jim Carrey, and Tommy Lee Jones because the Riddler's in it.
94.
I may have to give you a bit of a criteria that I don't like.
I'm very happy to make that list for you. That'd be
What I'll do is I'll tell you what kind of things I don't like.
140.
What do you not like?
I don't like science fiction.
easy. If you've got an
56.
afternoon, Gone with the Wind.
I think
You
I've
need
seen
the
it.
full afternoon. It's about 3.5 hours
yeah.
long.
57.
Saying about my book, well, if they made a movie, I think I'd have to include that I've made some staggeringly poor choices in my life,
56.
but I've never owned a pair of Crocs.
I'm just giving Chris Mason a high five because neither have I, and I never will.
43.
I think shoes of the week definitely go to Kurt Parry.
They do.
But you do tend to find that the comfort and the style of shoes does give you an extra bit of confidence.
100. Tommy Maguire,
It's always been the case for some
161.
players.
I did go through a spell where I wore some quite outrageous 1s and 2s, but I paid the price that they were just so uncomfortable and horrendously bad for your feet.
Oh, it's double 13 again. He does like to try and leave it, doesn't he?
19.
Hasn't worked out this time.
Well, for a right-handed player, that double 13 is straight down the eye line, especially if you're a right-eye dominant player.
27.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
13.
Always love double 13 because of its position, but he doesn't like that.
Tommy Raquan,
What is
92.
going on here? This would be a monstrous upset.
Gone for the 2 double 18s, which was the right shot in that moment.
Brian Raquan,
But this
13.
time, Brian needs the single. Gets it.
5.
Doesn't get the double.
Tommy Raquan,
Yeah, with regards to that
36.
double 13, you will get, obviously, the glass half empty brigade saying, well, yeah, but how about the breakdown?
27.
Well, you don't look at it like that. You think,
Brian Raquan,
I'm not going to
8.
miss.
Yeah, double 13 is a shot that you think you will have one dart at on an 81 checkout, on a 146, or in Brian Roman's case, more than most. Double
Game shot
fours
with second
found.
leg.
And
Brian
the puff
Roman.
of the cheeks tells you everything, because that's a 26 dart leg just to hold through.
it's Tom
He is a
Tucker
very
first.
fortunate
Game.
man to be 1-1.
Doesn't even trouble the longest leg this week.
It's only 2/3 of the way there.
Literally.
41.
Just taking a bit of a time out here. I like this play because obviously he's not comfortable in this game yet. Just taking an extra breather just shows a sign of experience.
Yeah, just giving himself the
79.
opportunity just to have a quick reset.
Now, I've been thinking about something overnight. Brian's talked about getting surgery on his throwing side. If you look at his follow through,
40.
he does have a little bit of a tendency with that follow through, which is similar to that of Jeffrey Desvan, where the arm is
59.
reversed to go behind the back every now and again, and that does twist the shoulder in the wrong position.
Yeah, it will impact the
58.
rotator, won't it? Because you're trying to create a movement which is unnatural.
Sports people throughout the world
60.
who have quite violent movements in throwing action really do need to look after those rotator cuffs. Baseball pitchers, softball
59.
pitchers, cricketers.
You look at the players who have had issues, Deswan, Dirk. There's a long list of them, isn't there?
Yeah, Kim Ibrex has had issues on that right side as well.
Yeah.
But there are exercises with resistance bands
43.
and indeed with very light dumbbells that can help you strengthen those areas.
Yeah, you don't. When we give advice in that department, we're not trying to turn dart players into
123.
male models or bodybuilders or fitness athletes. It's just doing small bits that will ultimately make a big improvement.
58.
Someone who's been through that is Mark Dudbridge. He had multiple surgeries on his right side, and
Yep.
every Pro Tour event after that surgery, he saw him with resistance bands just trying to warm them up.
20.
He was doing exactly the right thing. That's a perfect first start, and he loves it. That's okay.
105.
Yeah.
Gets him into
Tommy
2-dart
Maguire,
territory, and he's not wasting a
160.
dart there.
Yeah, I like that play. How much pressure will be on the 97?
59.
Yeah, I don't
Number
get the
one,
play there going
97.
for the ball.
Double 19. Well,
Game shot in the third leg.
he's just bamboozled me
Brian
again.
Yeah. Congratulations to our
Fourth leg, it's
production
Brian to
team
throw
and our
first.
spotter there, because I was adding that up.
My word. That is arguably better than the 93 from a couple of days ago when he went treble 8 bull.
121.
He's got some different types of bullets in that gun of his, that's for sure.
83.
You know, we were talking in the previous game about people that we've worked with in a commentary capacity. People who keep you guessing and are full of energy. Well, you and I both work
140.
with the very tall and very brilliant Rob Walker, who does a lot of snooker.
Yeah, tires me out, does Rob.
Incredible amount of energy and does some great work for charity as
96.
well.
Yeah, his glass is not just half full, it's overflowing.
Absolutely. He went from the top of Scotland to the
Yes.
bottom of England for charity last year. What an
84.
unbelievable effort, but what a great guy to work with. And he always kept you guessing. And Brian is keeping us guessing here right now with a 2-1 lead and
Round number
hitting things like bull
156.
double 14 with 78 and 2.
62.
Not only doing it in his own mind, he's doing it fast.
Yeah, and it's all
59.
predetermined
Round
and
number 194.
sort of pre-programmed because he obviously plays a lot of darts
54.
to have that speed of thought. Again, he's not doing the math. It's all from repetition and memory.
48. Brian required 40.
He's got Tom dizzy.
Got us dizzy and giddy.
Double 5. There's an argument to
No
bust
score.
it, and I
It's
think that's a very wise play
167.
because the odds tell us that he's coming back for tops.
Especially this week.
36. Brian required
Tops it is
40.
then. Neither playing well in this game. Decides to
32.
bust it again, or indeed this time to split it.
131.
Yeah, decided to have a look at something else. Tops. 80 left. And you've seen there the advantage of Rahman not having to think and
67.
that
Brian
distraction
required
or the pulls in play.
80. No score.
Oh my. It's all gone wrong.
Tommy requires 64.
Do you think he's taking this one too easy?
I think he may be putting himself under too much pressure.
24. Brian
It's
required
one or the other, isn't it?
8.
It is. Take a breath. There's intensity there. Maybe just needs to take his foot off the pedal a little bit.
Game shot on the floor.
And it worked right there for 3-1.
Rahman.
He knows he's getting very close to Saturday night. But the most important thing is that he replicates
Tom to throw
some of the
first.
good things
Game
he's done this week. I just wonder, there's a shaking of the shoulder there, Chris. Is he starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable?
Yeah, it could well be.
97.
As we've already discussed, the surgery was just over a month ago, and my main concern about a lot of those previous visits was the low darts, which is an indication of there being something amiss.
70.
I remember when we were in our previous studio in Southampton about 2.5 years ago. It was when Conan Whitehead had just come back from a break from the game
140.
in a week where he just returned and said, "Oh, I just want to play darts again." He ended up winning the week, of course, as Conan does. But throughout that week, he did feel
55.
slightly uncomfortable. And I said, "I've got a massage gun in the back of my car. Would you like to use it?" And he said, "I'd love to just loosen things up."
120.
I'm surprised I got it back.
They are incredible if you've got knots
48.
and
Brian required 113.
a bit of discomfort.
I don't think he's feeling uncomfortable at the minute. He's gone for double 18. And that is the
Game
win.
shot
A
and
12
the
darter
match.
to finish things
Brian
off.
Rahman.
A very strange game where a couple of legs were well over 20 darts, but he finishes in style for the second game in succession, and he is at the top of the table on 20 points, 4 ahead of Parry and 6 ahead of Van Bazien and Alex Spellman. Speaking of Spellman, he's playing in the middle match of the day against Lee Budgeon after this short break.
Well, Lee Budgeon put a real spanner in the works for one player looking to top the Group A table last time out, getting the better of James Van Buzian in a last leg decider. Well, he now has the opportunity to eliminate Alex Spellman from the race to qualify for finals night via Group A if he can get the better of the American for the first time this week. To see whether he can do just that, let's get back to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, the most that Spellman can get to is
First
20 points.
Alex to throw first.
He has
Game
3 to
on.
play, including this one. So a defeat here puts him out of the equation in terms of winning Group A. I think priority for Spellman should be
100.
making sure he's not beaten here by Budgeon. And then James goes above him and puts him in a
97.
Group C spot. Currently in P3, so he's in a qualifying spot for Group B.
Interesting times ahead, because Roman's 2 remaining games
140.
are against Spellman himself and against Van Buzian. Now, Roman has won both of those fixtures by 2 games to 0 over the last couple of days, so he'll feel unflappable. And he's only lost 1 leg today, so it's all looking very good for the Riddler.
Yeah, and you're spot on. When you do have a
60.
winning record, you go into a game with a slightly different mentality. It's not a given that you'll win, but the player who will be more aware of their
60.
record is the one who is yet to beat you.
Absolutely right. Someone's going to be very disappointed at the end of the day with 4th position, that's for sure.
105.
This is a decent start from Alex, considering some of the starts he's had over the last couple of days.
Yeah, and I think they've massively impacted the rest of the game. Although saying that, when he did have that 39 dart leg, his 2 legs after it were brilliant.
174. Alex, you require
What did he go out in 15 and 14, wasn't it? So at times he's shown
36. They require
great
88.
mentality.
18 for the ball. 18 has missed. Both players missing big targets
35.
in this opening
Alex
leg.
requires 60.
Now, do you think Alex Spellman's going to win this leg on double 10?
It's the most likely.
20.
Double top
They require
is off his Christmas
53.
card list officially now. How about Budgeon?
Game shot.
Yeah, that'll get it done.
I played John Lowe. I think it was in the quarters of the World Match Play, and I was in absolute cruise control, and then
to throw first.
just
Game.
lost my way on tops and tens. And rather than switch it up, I continued to be stubborn, which is very much the nature of a dart player.
93.
You almost don't want to admit defeat, and I just continued to leave tops and tens until the point I was beaten 13-11.
Was that the year that
40.
John Lowe played Martin Adams in the semis? Was that a different
No,
year?
he played Taylor in the next round. Maybe in the last. I can't remember. It was.
96.
Pretty sure it was the first to 13. So it makes me feel like it was a quarters
I remember a game between John Lowe and Martin Adams, you know.
at
And
the match play.
It was all billed as England captain versus England captain, and everybody was involved.
BDO versus BDC.
It was a superb match. Just so happened that John won that game. Don't get games like that anymore, do you?
100.
No, there is a certain element missing.
You're the closest we've been to a game like that since, in my opinion. In really recent times. I'm not talking about the last 10, 15 years. I'm talking about the last 12
100.
months. It's Humphreys versus Bartons in Belgium.
On the Euro Tour.
That was remarkable. Now, that's the kind of game I want to see here today, or indeed this season.
100.
2 people bubbling with good form, just knocking 7 bells out of each other.
Yeah, I bet that match rattled along at some pace.
95. They
That
require
had everybody captivated.
112.
We haven't had many Ton Plus finishes over the last few days, but we are getting more today than we were yesterday. We've had 113 as the highest check out of the last two matches. And that 142 from Rahman in the previous game to those two 113 culminating games.
98. They require 56.
We don't get the 170 from Spellman. We don't get a single from Budgeon again. Another missed single. But it is a winning leg.
Second leg.
And he takes a 2-0 lead against the man from the United States. Spellman at the minute is flirting with the idea of being in the bottom three at the end of the day. It's not as if Spellman's running is easy. He's got Parry
25.
and he's got Rahman. He's not won a game against either player.
100.
There's that follow through from Lee Budgeon that sneaks in every now and again. It's just a slightly late release where he tries to rescue it by twisting the arm.
59.
When that happens, you've got to recognize that it's happening and try and eliminate it by doing the right thing. But if you look at the way he follows through most of the time, he does spend a bit of time making sure that the dart is delivered the correct way. So he's doing what is required.
$45.
Sometimes when dart players are drifting to the left, Mace, is it because they're very eager to get the next dart from their retrieval hand and they're forgetting about completing the throw first?
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's almost like a trap you fall into, isn't it? To throw a dart almost perfectly, which is, I think, near on impossible. There's so many intricate elements to it, starting from
57.
Foot position, elbow height, which we spoke of, position of elbow.
Imagine if your body is completely against
43.
the side wall. So your body is not facing the front wall at all. It's not facing the dartboard. So you are completely side on. You are more likely to drag the dart as a right-hander to the left than the right-hand side because of the way the body is formed. As simple as that. And we are talking about small margins here with these lateral drifting shots from Alex.
94.
It probably will take one tiny little tweak for things to just come together. Single 17 for Lee, and he's missed another single. 3 in 3 legs.
82. Alex requires 70.
Not showing any frustration at the minute, but he might if Alex takes this 70 out, and he has changed his plan now. He's going to double 16.
54.
I applaud that change of plan,
77.
albeit not finding the target, but at least he's trying something different now.
No, 54. That was Alex's score. 54.
Yeah, that World Match Play was, well, longer ago than I thought. It was 24 years ago this summer.
Yeah, Lee's last score.
I lost 13-11 to John Lowe. He averaged 89.81. I averaged 96.82.
You don't sound too happy about that, miss. I'm not sure Lee Budgeon's happy about this little pause. We are just trying to put things together. We apologise for this pause in play. It might actually be a good thing for Alex Spellman, this.
Lee required 50.
Got 15 left. His last start, he went for the bullseye to try and get the 25, but got the bullseye instead. He needs 15 more.
7.
Doesn't get them.
What an opportunity.
16. Game shot on the third leg.
Bottom of the target
Alex
to get his
Spellman.
first leg of the contest. He's a very lucky man to get that opportunity.
Fourth leg is lead to throw first.
Surely
Game on.
one of the goals of this leg for Budgeon is not to miss a single. It's the kind of thing
100.
that people tend to neglect in practice, isn't it? We spend a lot of time focusing on treble 20s, treble 19s. But if you are of a certain level, you focus on singles. But no matter how high you
100.
get, you do not neglect them.
No, and again, it's the practice routines we discussed and not ignoring those
60.
areas of the board. It's all about calibrating your throw, isn't it?
Just imagine someone who does clear pigeon shooting. Do you think they're going to do all of their shooting to the left and low?
60.
No, they're going to try every single target. They're going to go high, left, low, right, midpoints. You've got to make sure that you're ready for any target. So if you are warming up for a challenge like this for the day, a couple of times, all you got to do is spend
Go around the board.
1, 2,
Play
3,
around the
4.
world.
Yeah, it's a lot harder than it sounds.
I actually used to do it until I didn't make a mistake
81.
and miss a big number.
Absolutely, the right way to do it. Put some jeopardy in there.
Yeah.
And once Justin Pipe told me about a game that had us all twisting.
180.
Another 180 for Budgeon. He's had plenty of them today. A 3 in his last match when he beat Van Bazien by 4 legs to 3. But Pipe said you've got to hit every treble on the board without going
60.
outside the requisite number.
It requires 76.
So if you are going for treble 7 and you hit single 7, and single 19, you go all the way back to the beginning.
Oh.
It was a real hair tearer.
56.
Yeah, that's vile.
Trying to leave exactly what Lee's got.
100.
Only halves the
It
score.
required 20.
Budgeon's getting plenty of darts at double in this contest.
Game
It's
shot on the
3-1
fourth
to
leg.
him.
Lee Budgeon.
Spellman's exclusion from Saturday for now rests in
Fifth leg is
possibly the
Alex to
next
throw
leg
first. Game
or
on.
one of the next 3.
Did you used to do this routine where you get one dart at each double? So you dart 1, 2, and 3 as a dart, a double 1, dart double 2, a dart double 3. If you
125.
say hit double 2, your next 3 darts would be double 1, double 3, double 4.
I used to play that game against Wes Newton and Barry Bates all the time.
Yeah, well, that's another great practice routine
3.
for having one dart in hand.
Yeah, Wesley Newton and Barry Bates, who were like little and large on the tour, but they had some great practice routines.
Yeah. Maybe where I got that one
87.
from. And then Bob's 27s, if you had a...
Yeah, that's a good one. Did that for years.
Yeah, if you want to know what that one is, just Google it. That's your friend. That's another great practice
96.
routine that gives you a number to beat.
Sometimes setting yourself targets and having a personal best can be a good thing. Not everybody believes in having personal bests in practice, but
100.
I always benefited from it.
Yeah, I used to have a whiteboard. So Bob's 27s, I'd put whatever my highest ever number was, that would stay there.
43.
How many darts used to do 1 to tops with the 1 dart in each. And I just keep a mental note of where my numbers were. And then if I had sort of a 30-minute a spell of just constantly throwing at treble 20, how many 180s, I'd write that number. And that would always give me, well, it'd give me a guide to where my game is. And it would also give me a number to beat.
96.
The number
Alex
here is
required
49. Now he's a double 16 guy.
Does he have more success here?
33.
Not at this stage, but at least he's coming back for a double that he's already hit in this match. Go back upstairs now.
81.
But again, I
Alex required
suppose we can
16.
classify that as a missed single. This should be a little awkward.
Game
Doesn't
shot on
prove
the
to be.
fifth leg. Alex Spellman.
And there it is. 3-2 Budgeon. He's got the darts this time. Can he put Spellman away?
Sixth leg is lead to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of practice routines, I once visited a really close friend of mine in Australia called Tony Birtwistle. He's a firefighter in Melbourne. And I was over for some work in Victoria. And he said, oh, you can practice to your heart's content in my house during the day while I'm on shift before you do your exhibition with Simon Whitlock. It was the day before, and I said, I really could use a bit of a bruiser.
180.
Exactly what that 180 is from Spellman, his first of the contest. And I used to do this game with Dave Chisnell where you'd have to score 10 100 plus scores, 10 100
66.
scores, 10 140 plus scores, 10 doubles, 10 bullseyes. If you hit a 180, you got one of everything.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And Dave was undefeated at that game for 7 years.
60.
I thought, I'm going to juice this up a little. I'm going to do first to 50. Because Tony had a whiteboard on the wall. Took me 3.5 hours.
Yeah, that is a grueler. Wow.
140.
Of the 50 that I got for every single section, 18 180s, which wasn't too bad.
Wow.
But I've seen Dave Chisnell finish the 10
57.
with 9.
Yeah.
9 180s and then one of everything else. Beat me by the length of the Grand National.
95.
Wasn't even close.
So, Budgeon in pole position here. And that's not a good dart. Has to run for cover. Needs a treble.
96.
Gets one. A little bit more pressure on this ton than there may have been.
You get the feeling that Spellman's going to have to take that 108 now. If he does, he has the darts in the last leg of the contest. Keep his undefeated record against Budgeon alive from this week. Treble 19's a must.
56.
Double top will give Lee his first win against Spellman this week. And it is a dart that sends Alex Spellman away from Saturday night for now because he's not going to win this group. So it's now down to 3 people. Van Bezien, Parry or Rahman. They are still alive, but Spellman is now fighting to get into the top 3 to be in Group B. As for Lee Budgeon, he's coasting along. He's got 10 points in the table right now, just building confidence ahead of playing the next couple of days. When we come back, it's Parry against Van Bezien. 2 might become 1 after that one. Let's see what happens in that one after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've got another huge game in the race to qualify for finals night up next, and in the race to guarantee a Group B spot as a backup. Kurt Parry needs a win to close the gap on tabletopper Brian Roman to just 2 points. He, of course, squandered the opportunity to make things difficult for the Riddler when they met in the last round of fixtures, missing all 13 darts at the outer ring. For his opponent, James Van Buzian, he went down in a decider last time out, and as a result, a defeat here would rule him out of the race to top Group A. To guide you through all the ebbs and flows in this one, then, let's get back to the chaps in comms.
Thank you very much, Abby. It'd be interesting to see how Kurt bounces back, Nico. He's not played since Game 5, where he was beaten and bageled 4-0 by Brian Roman and averaged just 78.
40.
In the process, missed 13 darts at a double. He's going to have his metal tested here, and the metal, of course, is tungsten.
We used to have other metals, part of the old barrel brigade, didn't we?
Bit of brass, wood.
Bit of copper.
Yeah.
But I think what we've got here, from what I can see, is either a change of darts from Kurt Parry or maybe some new points in. They look fresh to me.
Let's have a bit of a butcher's at that. No change in the equipment. Van Beeson.
I think those points look new.
They are. And the darts do. It may be a new set he's got in as spares with a slightly different point in them. And sometimes that fresh set just gives you that bit of extra feel. When you use that very fine grip pattern, which he uses, the unlike the traditional rings, these are really finely put together, and he holds the dart very much at the back.
24.
And sometimes you just need that to be fresh.
Yeah.
Maybe he's noticed that in that game with Brian Roman. Said, right, it's time for those to go into the case, and let's start with a fresh set. He's no Alan Norris. He's not taking 3 sets on this stage. Sometimes when you go to a new set, they can be just a little too grippy.
50. James, you require 120.
Well, strangely, Kurt Parry's got an excellent record against a lot of players this week, but he hasn't beaten James.
That's the move to avoid following that dart. Does well.
That is a brilliant finish.
James Van Buzian.
I think if Brian Roman in that spot hits the 60, I think he goes treble 12.
Second leg is James to throw first.
Yeah, where Kurt was in terms of score left in the leg. A win here for James.
100.
Very much keeps him right in the mix in terms of qualifying for Group B, which would be a massive achievement in this group pool.
Yeah, he does need a little bit of a favour from other quarters, though. One of them he can do himself, because he does play against Roman in Game 13. Someone that he hasn't beat this week so far. However, before then, he needs Alex Spellman to do him a favour. Because if Roman gets to 22, bye-bye birdie.
Yeah, and I'm not sure where Alex Spellman's mind will be after that defeat to Budgeon in our previous game.
Based on what's happened the last 3 days, his mind is in the Glen. Quagmire.
Yeah.
He's not saying giggity.
140.
I've not seen Spellman over the last 18 months look so unsure.
180.
It's a somewhat ironic look from Kurt Parry there, as if to say, yeah, it's good, but it doesn't get me to a finish. Doesn't have to get it. How many times does this happen? You don't have to get it, but you get it anyway. And our first massive finish of this week comes from a very talented Belgian that I didn't know a great deal about until this week, but I am really enjoying seeing him play this well.
Yeah, he's certainly got something about him, hasn't he? Like I said, we've been pleasantly surprised with his level of play. That was a 12-dart leg.
Looking at some of his mannerisms, we've talked about his focus, his staring through the board. But he does talk to himself every now and again. He's trying to get the best out of himself, and that's fine.
Absolutely.
Even at this early stage of the week. He's obviously got a plan coming into week 10.
96.
Saying, you never know, this may be my only time here. I'm going to give it everything I've got every single day. Qualifiers for the UK Open, which is taking place at Minehead in around 6 weeks' time. They've started. And our good friend here at the MODUS Super Series, Johnny Haynes, has already qualified. Won the qualifier at Riley's in Coventry over the weekend.
No surprise there. It's certainly not the first time he's gone through via that route.
It's just a matter of time before Paul Hogan qualifies.
I am slightly disappointed in the fact that they've stayed, because
95.
the vast majority of the Rileys, they're not the kind of environment that players should be playing in, qualifying for such an important tournament, especially for the amateur players, never mind the tour card holders and Dev and Challenge Tour players. And I just don't understand why they didn't utilize the ADC, because they've got venues in most areas where they could certainly
87.
hold qualifiers where there's proper setups, proper practice boards, a proper environment to play in.
57.
I can't disagree with you.
I've often thought about giving the Rileys a go, but after going to one a few years ago, I thought, I'm not going there to play and waiting around 5-6 hours for a game, and arriving in the morning and waiting to play at 10 o'clock at night. I think Fallon one year was playing at close to 11 o'clock at night.
100.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
You can't play a tournament of such importance
Game on the
in that environment.
Kurt
And
Parry.
the ADC have the perfect structure in place to hold qualifiers.
Full flag against James to throw first.
And I think you get more people because of that reason, having experienced the...
I've got a very strong rhetorical question here. Why do you think these players really enjoy playing here?
Perfect environment.
140.
Spacious stage, great lights, best board in the world on the wall, professional
60.
caller. Why wouldn't you want to play there?
Exactly. You're playing in an environment that will get the very best out of you. And you'll gain massive experience because you're guaranteed so many matches under the lights. Some of these players, it's
45.
maybe the first time they've ever played on a stage and had a referee. And
well, what do you think this is going to do for Van Bazien? Because we talked about last year him trying to qualify for a
140.
European Tour event in Belgium. He was in the quarterfinals. He fell a couple of games short. But I guarantee, because of what's happened over the last 2.5 days, that he has been rejuvenated somewhat to go to the home nation qualifier for the first
85.
European Tour event of the year in the same place just outside of Aalst.
absolutely, 'cause this has been a massive eye opener for him. And for some players, they may
55.
think, no, this isn't for me. For others, they think, I want more of this. I want to stand on that stage in front of thousands of fans.
And on that Thursday afternoon, when I'm travelling to Aalst, one of the first names I'm going to search for now when I'm travelling by train,
45.
I wonder how James is getting on.
Yeah,
I am intrigued by what his next move is after this week. It might even be Champions Week.
The last Euro Tour I went to, I was fortunate enough
180.
to arrive early, so I actually went and watched the host nation qualifiers, and wow, what an experience that was. I think it was Barry Van Peer and Chris Landman in the final, maybe, something like that.
100.
Sounds about right.
It requires 66.
Left 66 off yet another maximum.
34.
A missed double,
James
wildly
require
left,
86.
giving Van Bazien a chance of 3-1 to keep his faint hopes alive of topping this table. Not just about points, he needs to win legs without losing them, because his leg difference is
44.
monstrously
Required
behind that of the
32.
Riddler.
Game shot on the
2-2
fourth
is
leg.
not good news for
Kurt
James.
Parry.
The more legs that Kurt Parry gets in this contest, the less likely it is that James can
If
top the
it's Kurt
table.
to
But
throw
let's
first.
focus more now on the fact that Parry can still win this group, but he must win this game, you feel, and then beat Lee Budgeon after that, and also beat Alex Spellman.
140.
You were never really a fan of fresh starts, were you, Mace? You were more about the feel of a reliable set you've had for quite some time.
Yeah,
91.
I was very much set in my ways. Initially I had a set of Bristows, and then when another max.
190.
That's a third for Parry. And then when I went with the manufacturer, then I had to, I had them made, they were almost identical to Bristows without the cock finger. And then I just, once I'd sort of worn them in, I just loved that feel of a grubby,
91.
dirty dart. I felt like I could get more grip out of them. Where now, of course, there was none of these type of grip patterns available.
125.
They're almost sort of razor sharp, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And I've seen some of the Michael stuff that they've introduced this way of shot blasting a dart to give it that worn feel.
Yeah, there's also some hand filing as part of MVG's range.
22.
That's why his
So you require
darts that he
56.
uses are called exact, because they're hand filed. This is tops for Kurt Parry.
Time on his side,
46.
and he needs it.
Van Bazien's in a different continent right now. Change of equipment in this game has reminded me of something that happened to me about 15 years ago. Because the points
45.
he is
So you
using
require 10.
in this game were the points that I needed in a change of equipment a few years
Game
back.
shot
He's
the
got a
fifth
3-2 lead with that 14
Kurt
darter.
Parry.
Because when I first played at the Grand Slam back in 2008, you were there, Chris. I played
So
with a
against
set of
James
darts
to throw
that were
first.
trustees.
Game on.
Had the custom points put in. I'll use these here. I'll use them in Germany the following week, and I'll use them at the Worlds. One of them was lost. Just one. So the person that got me
100.
out of jail, funnily enough, the day before I played my Worlds debut against Adrian Gray, was a man who's been made rather famous over the last couple of weeks
100.
by the name of Carl Holden. At a dart shop in St. Helens. He said, "What darts do you need?" And I told him, "Which points do you need?" "These ones. I'll have them in your hotel room by this time tomorrow." And they were there.
Yeah, he's superb.
If he hadn't done that, I probably wouldn't have had the equipment I wanted. Sometimes you just need someone to give you that
135.
assistance.
Yeah, I ultimately ended up going back to the Bristows that I used originally, and then I was playing in a tournament,
90.
and one shattered, so I was just left with two, and someone said, "Oh, I've got one." I said, "Yeah, but it won't be the same. It won't be wore in the same." And I ultimately now use a very basic Winmore Foxfire. I think they're
59.
25, 26 pounds, and they're just a beautifully constructed dart. A very
60.
neutral. Well, you've had a throw with them. You like them, don't
Yeah,
you?
I do like them. What it does is it proves one of my biggest mantras at the minute. If you find a set of darts that you adore, get 2 sets.
Yeah.
Take them with you. You never know what might happen to
91.
something. Even when I played on this stage, I had a point come out. I had to play with an odd point for a couple of games. I forgot my repointer. So I put my hands up and I said, I made an error.
140.
Well, that's why I
Games
was
record
happy to use these
126.
mass-produced darts, because I knew if there was an issue, it's another set is a phone call away.
That doesn't work for James. This 111 is found for another game ending with a
33.
ton-plus checkout.
Well, the last two prior to the last one, the last two before that were 1-1-3s.
71. James, you require
That will do,
93.
as long as James gives him a chance.
Gonna go ball, Nico.
That's a new one on me. That leaves 31.
A happy accident, possibly.
The old 3-darter on 93.
61. Kurt, you require
I can't remember
40.
how many times I've been this speechless in the early part of a week.
Game
But now
shot
it's
and
James
the
that's
match.
speechless because
Kurt
he's not going to make
Parry.
Saturday night out of Group A, but Kurt Parry might still do it. He's only 2 points behind Brian Rahman in this table. A fascinating day so far, but Parry has found one of his better performances in that 9th game of the day to close out round number 3. He's still in the mix, but as far as James Van Bezien is concerned, he's now aiming for the top 3. We'll see how that works out for him in the coming games. Big one coming up for you. It's going to be Rahman against Spellman. Spellman now can't win this group, but Rahman can, and he'll be very close to doing that if he beats the American next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 9 games in even to our final Group A session. Chris Mason is alongside me. Whatever happens from here, Van Bezien has been a sublime addition, hasn't he, to the Super Series?
Yeah, I think he's pretty much guaranteed an invite back. He's been that impressive, and yeah, there's very little not to like about him, and the way he goes about his match play.
Yeah, we can have a little look then at the results that we have seen so far in this session. Kurt Parry last time out, keeping his hopes alive of topping the league standings. It was a really good response from him, given that he'd missed 13 darts at the outer ring in his previous match against Brian Rahman, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he had a long time to stew, didn't he? He was off the board for 3 matches before he got back on, and it was a good performance, an average in excess of 92 against a player that's impressed all of us here. So that was a big win, and it keeps his slim hopes alive of possibly topping the group.
Yeah, it seems crazy to say, but for Alex Spellman now, his main hope is to qualify for Group B. What would you like to see from him over the course of his next 2 games?
Just try and play with a bit more enjoyment and a bit more freedom. I think he's a little bit too emotionally invested. It's a word I use all the time because you can see a player go through that process where they can't play with any kind of freedom. And listen, it is what it is. You can't change it. It's all about being committed, but just play with a bit more of a bit more freedom and maybe a bit more of a smile on his face.
Yeah, Brian Roman has certainly been doing that, hasn't he? 1-4-1 in his last match. 4 out of 17 on the outer ring, but took out a sublime 113 to win it. But this 97, 19 bull, double 14. Get your fingers and toes out.
Yeah, credit to the spotter and the director there, because I was still adding it up. And listen, he plays in that way, and what that can do is take the pressure off the situation. We've seen a lot of players already today that have to pause and maybe take a step back. And of course, if you're a rhythm player like Brian is, that will not be effective. And yeah, I love watching him play. He's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, he is a rhythm player. Based on what you've seen from him, do you think he's going to be the type of player that benefits from having 2 days off?
Yeah, I still think he'd probably tick over and have a practice, maybe have an hour Thursday, an hour Friday, and then probably get here early. He likes to prepare properly, and that's a good asset.
Yeah, 2 more rounds of fixtures to bring you then. Let's have a look at the league table before we get back into the action. Confirmation, Brian Roman is comfortably sat top. That leg difference could play a part as well, with things looking so tight at the moment. Kurt Parry, do you feel his opportunity has gone? Do you think Brian Roman, of course, in action against Alex Spellman in our next match, do you think he sees it through from here?
Yeah, I think, well, he's just got to win one of his 2 games, hasn't he? And I can't see Spellman causing him too much trouble. The form that Roman's in and the form we've seen of Spellman the last 3 days, I think Roman wins it. He probably wins it 4-2, 4-1, and then it's job done.
For Lee Budgeon on 10 points, but there are plenty of positives for him to take from this 3rd day of action, aren't there?
Yeah, a lot more 180s. He's looked a little bit more assured at times. He probably mentally was aware that my race is run in Group A, and it's hard to play in a group like this when you know you can't win it. You still go out and try and win, but the intensity is not there. So I expect him to go well in Group C.
Right then, let's get back into the action, shall we? Alex Spellman taking on Brian Roman.
Yes, indeed. Time for the rubber stamp to come out and to hover over the ink for Brian Roman. Win this game, he is safely into Saturday. It's that simple because of that superior leg difference. One of the reasons he will feel a little less pressure in this game is because he has 2 opportunities between now and the end of the session to get it done. But I guarantee you this, he does not want to have to do it against his countryman Van Bezien in game 13. He'd like to get it done as early as possible so he can open his shoulders.
Brian to throw first. Game on.
Worst case scenario for Roman at this point is that he loses 4-0, 4-0. It doesn't seem likely. But even if that happens,
80.
his leg difference would only go to plus 16. If Kurt Parry was to win his last 2 games, he could only get to plus 14. However, the thing that is in Roman's corner right now is that a win from the last 2 will be sufficient. It will either come against Spellman or Van Bezien, or are we going to see something that we've never seen before at the end of a session? Will Kurt Parry get his swag bag out?
70.
Well, as we know, Nico, expect the unexpected at the Super Series. There always seems to be a little twist along the way.
140.
Roman getting off to a real bright start here. Despite the bounce out.
60.
Still 50 points clear plus these.
He holds that barrel towards the end of the dart.
57.
And it's the stem end as well, not the point end. Hence why his darts land up so upright when they get to the board.
53. Running back on.
1, 2, 4, and he doesn't have to take it out. So Watch out. He could do anything here. He could have even gone for 2 treble 14s.
60.
Nothing would surprise me.
That would have been something that Barry Van Peer would have done. There it is again. And you can see his reaction to that. He's getting sick and tired of it.
64.
Nobody gets sick and tired of 64 and 2. All 3.
Game shot on the first.
That is a 1-0 lead for the Belgian.
Brian Roman.
Yeah, I'm fairly trouble-free in the end.
Second against Alex to throw first.
Shake of the head from Alex.
Just exercising that wrist as well. And you might think that that's because his wrist is tight. In fact, if you exercise the fingers in the
190.
hand, it sends messages up the arm through the tendons and the muscle fibers just to keep things loose. So whatever he's been
81.
told by his surgeon and his rehab person, whatever type of rehab he's done, it's exactly the right thing to do when you're a dart player.
Yeah, keep everything moving. Don't let anything seize up.
140.
Great 140 from Spellman.
Like many records here this week, Roman is 2-0 up on Spellman. Make it 3-0. Your game against the Belgian in game 13 could be something that sees Roman do
55.
anything he wants. Could go into exhibition mode, and that is something that's going to cause sweats on our spotter.
I'd like to see that. Yeah, if he wins this game because of that massive
78.
superior leg difference, it's job done.
Van Bazien at the minute, who sits in 4th position in the table, has got a very keen eye on this game.
Oh, he'll be cheering Roman on in the practice room.
Oh, absolutely. 14
70.
points for Van Bazien. Got a leg difference of +3. Alex Spellman has got 14 points as well. His leg difference is +5.
60.
So,
Alex, you've required 117.
with a 4-1 victory, Brian Roman can actually put Van Bazien, with a game in hand, into the top 3 without throwing a dart.
Yeah, and into qualifying
97.
a qualifying position for, I want to say, the easier Group B, but in terms of qualifying, because
52.
it's going to be
Alex
far from
required
an
20.
easier Group B, but 3 from 5 come through Group B. Remember, it's
Gauge on
the
the
slightly
second
earlier
lap.
time
Alex
now
Spellman.
on Thursday and Friday night, 9:45. We go live.
Delegate
Don't
Brian
forget,
to
if you want to
throw
join
first.
us Saturday night, what a week to come. It cannot fail to be
180.
a great night of action. Scan that code if you have the facility, and that will take you straight to the landing page. It's just £2 for your booking fee for
59.
your ticket. It's 3 drinks for a tenner.
You know what we should do one week? We should have a week of
Have
players.
the 3 drinks for a tenner and just come and have a busman's holiday. I'm in.
We should have a week of players, 12 of them, all
121.
with nicknames associated with comic books. So you could have Superman, Matt Clark.
Yeah.
The Riddler, Brian Roman. Got any others?
43.
Man of Steel, Rob Collins.
Flash, Mark Duttbridge.
See? Just great idea.
140.
Don't think there's any Catwomen.
Could bring walk-on girls back.
I was thinking more along the lines of Michelle Pfeiffer.
96. Brian requires 60.
Mark Webster, Spider.
Aha!
Game shot on the
Oh,
third
there you
man.
go.
Brian
Brian
Roman.
Roman. At it again.
You've been calling it.
Nobody hits more checkouts like that than him.
Well, against Alex
If
to throw
you
first.
can't scan that code that was up, head over to www.dartshop.tv. You'll not only see tickets for here, also tickets for the countless exhibitions up and down the
139.
country, and also tickets to the World Seniors events.
John O'Shea, the Joker.
Yeah. And he's available.
34.
He is available. Not a tour card holder at the minute, so maybe we'll see a bit of John O'Shea this year.
$45.
Brian seems to have a little bit of pep in his step in this game. He really wants to get this done, doesn't he?
180.
His scoring book at the minute is looking very tidy indeed. Look at the twos.
He's going quackers.
Oh, it's been spoiled.
180.
In fact, it hasn't. We'll just keep it there, just in case Spellman gets a 180 with his next shot. Oh, well, there you go.
134.
There's a 3.
137.
Never mind. Alex doesn't care as long as he takes a 137 double top.
78.
He
Brian,
has had
153.
trouble on that double. 153 for Rahman. He starts on the 19s as well.
55. Alex, you're recording 59.
Got to leave tops with this shot. Well, unless you leave double 1, of course. But now he's going to choose. Going to be double 16. Maybe that was on purpose. Maybe that was on purpose. It's 2-2 in the legs now.
Spellman. Fifth against Brian to throw first.
Any more superhero nicknames that you can think of?
I'm having a look, mate.
55.
Kevin Burness, Iron Man.
Aha! See? He's available too.
Mark Webster,
100.
Demolition Man. He's in action tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think we've got any dart players called Deadpool.
96.
If only we did.
Here's one for you, The Undertaker.
Nigel Hayden.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose
Well,
Nigel,
Dennis Nielsen's also the
125.
Iron Man, isn't he?
the strong man,
Oh.
isn't he? You could have had a bit of a play on words here with Nigel Hayden, the Undertaker, taking on.
35.
And let me go full Paul Hinks on this, by the way. Tom van den Hoogen. First time of the week. I've waited till Wednesday. Come on, you've got to give me some slack there.
38.
By the way, on that note, Happy New Year to Patrick van den Bogaard.
Oh,
and another 180 for Rahman.
180.
He is finding something in this game, something that has been lacking at times today.
134. Brian, record 35.
Didn't like your set position there. Starts again. Good job.
3.
The
Alex
double
Bradwell,
is missed
104.
purely because he had a block out with dart 2. 4 16s, and he's missed the single. How many times have I said that today about players?
Brian, record 32.
He is boiling again. And
Game
more so
shoulder,
now because
fifth
he's
leg.
3-2 down.
Brian
One
Rahman.
more leg for Brian. And Saturday night will include the Riddler.
See if it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Starting to believe now that his inclusion in the Week 10 finals is imminent.
59. 58.
It's going to be that old Benelux game next in game 11. Van Bezien against Van den Hoogen up next. Only stands at 2-0 to Van Bezien,
60.
who is seeing this game at the minute go the way he wants. And he's in control of his own destiny next. Because if Spellman
57.
loses this game and Van Bezien wins after this, it means there is a points cushion between the two in that race for the top 3.
45.
I didn't know this. I'm still looking at nicknames, Nico. Zoran Lurchbacher, the Hypercane.
Yeah, it's apparently stronger than a hurricane.
140.
Every day's a school day with you, Nico.
Well, Hypercane could also be a support device that is just a little bit hyper.
95.
Good players are on Lurchbacher. Former finalist on the Pro Tour. One of the best from Austria in the last 15 years.
60.
Doesn't seem to do a great deal of playing darts at any level at this point, just locally in certain parts of Österreich, as they call it.
59.
One of the most beautiful countries on earth. Are we going to go the distance here? Or will Brian get it done?
39.
Maybe not the shots like that. What's the target here? Well, that is a really straight shot from Alex. That's the kind of dart he wants. Doesn't get any better than that. That's wonderful.
Beautiful play from Spellman.
That dart went in differently. I wonder if he's figured something out. Is it too late?
Yeah, he fancied that.
135. Alex requires 16.
Right now, Brian is saying, give me a shot at double six.
Game shot in the
I'm
sixth
sorry,
round.
Brian, but the news is
Alex
bad.
Spellman.
Well, that was after a 59. That was 4 perfect darts.
Against Brian to throw first.
And that's about as good as it's been over the last couple of days for Alex. Look at that posturing on that
93.
second dart, just trying to get that follow-through behaviour right. Make that 5 perfect darts.
100.
Something is starting to get better, and whatever he's doing right now, he must remember it and use it for future games.
41.
Got another one for your theme. Terry Temple, the Terminator.
Used to call him Tiny Temper, you know, because it just sounded like his name.
60.
Fabulous Yorkshire player as well. Very, very hard to beat.
60.
We've talked about this fixture possibly giving good news to James Van Bezien. What about if Spellman wins this game? It would be monstrously important for Kurt Parry, who plays Budgeon in game 12. He could indeed draw level on points with this man here. However, that is a hammer blow to those hopes.
What a time to hit your 4th max. Well, my mate, David Howe, the Duck, he said, surely there's a superhero called the Iceman.
97. Brian number 127.
One called the Silver Surfer.
$87.
Now, Alex, are you going to break his heart? Or is he going to go through to Saturday? That's what's on the line here. It's still on. It's still on. It's the bullseye.
84.
Just outside.
Great way to throw, but again, Paul, that lateral drift to the left. So Rahman on tops to pull clear at the top of the table. Averaging 91 at the moment. That's low. And he finds double 10. Does get the win, the 3rd win over the fancied Alex Spellman, who's now got plenty to think about in his remaining matches. And you can see the reaction there from Rahman. 90.48, 4 180s. He had more 180s than he did 140s, and a very tidy finishing percentage, 50%. Well, when we come back, it's James Van Beesen against Tom van den Hoogen.
So then we have our first player through to Saturday's finals night. Brian Rahman cannot be caught at the top of the Group A table. James Van Bezien and Tom van den Hogen go head-to-head next. The Belgian looking to move himself up into a Group B spot with a win here after his countryman Rahman did him a favour by beating his closest rival in Alex Spellman last time out. He's looking for his third win of the week over Van den Hogen. To see whether he can do just that, let's get back to Mace and Nico.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, many thanks, Abby. It's now down to James to see if he can do what Alex Spellman could not. And if he can find the win going into the final round of matches in Group A, he will be in charge of who gets that last spot for Group B. Just as a reminder, it will be 9:45 on Thursday and Friday night for the start of Group B action, and it will include
96.
Darren Webster, the demolition man from Norwich, Chris Quantock of York, Tom Lonsdale will be back to get his second Saturday night out of 2 attempts.
140.
Not an easy group at all, but you'd much rather be in a group where there's 3 spots available instead of 2, that's for sure.
96.
At the moment, Kurt Parry is pretty much safe in Group B. But a chance for Spellman
45.
and this man, James Van Bezien, to qualify for Group B. Lee Budgeon
56.
and Tom in action here against James will be in Group C, and that's no easier task either.
I've already piped up and said that Connor Scott's going to get through Group C. I
100.
just don't see how that doesn't happen. He's playing so well at the minute without having tour privileges. But as for the rest,
89.
I'm going to leave that
James
to Thursday and
requires
Friday because Tom
76.
Sykes is definitely not to be scoffed at. He's a great talent. He has played here before, which really does help when you're returning. Double top for James.
Game shot
And
the
a very,
first leg.
very solid
James
15
Van
dart
Bezien.
start.
He's just playing with such a surety, isn't he? He is just getting
So
more
it's
and more
Tom to throw
comfortable. It'll be
first.
interesting
Game on.
to see Connor Scott tomorrow because, of course, he hasn't played in the new venue and under the new guise of the Super Series because he played lovely down in
57.
Southampton.
He loved that place. But I get the feeling he's going to love this place even more.
I think he will be in his absolute element.
He likes to play multiple matches. Practices
60.
so hard. 5 matches in a day for him is not a problem.
99.
You spoke about if records could get broken. He's one of those on my shortlist this year that could potentially break records.
Yeah. If you compare what he's done in the last 2 years to what he did at the end of 2021,
60.
he's a better player now than he was before. So I do expect from Connor, and we are going to put pressure on him. We do expect big numbers and big results.
134.
But I think that without sounding like I'm putting too much pressure on him, he's actually putting that on himself. He will expect big things in the next few days.
Yeah, and it's a compliment because we expect.
Of course.
100.
Solid ton there, but still 70 behind for James. It's not so much about margins here for Van Bezien.
55.
It's win your next 2 games and you're in Group B. Simple as that. He finishes against Rahman, who's already qualified. So maybe there's a danger that Rahman might just lose a bit of adrenaline, a bit of urgency.
Well, he did against Tom. Although he went on to win the game, he
60.
did sort of switch off. It was very much a performance
Sonny
of,
Maguire, 156.
I've just got to go through the motions here.
.140 in this position is optimal.
85.
5 just makes everything a little harder when he comes back. Even if he found a single 20, you would have had 56, which just feels a lot more doable.
100. Tommy requires
James just
71.
giving him a bit of a nudge with that ton. Single 18. Again, upsetting the rhythm, having to step.
He's left tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pins it again.
James Van Bessian. Delegates James to throw first.
Penny for the thoughts of Tom right now. It has been a long couple of days. He has
Game
not
on.
won a game since game 5 on Monday. Approaching the 48-hour mark since he got a W.
Yeah, he can't wait for this group to be over.
100.
Premier League darts fixtures were released in the last 36 hours. Mace, any thoughts on the first night in Cardiff?
Well, over the years, they have traditionally, of
134.
course, put the winner of the Worlds against the runner-up, and no change here. But the lineup, first up will be Gessie Price against Aspinall, and then Littler against Humphreys,
85.
and then MVG Michael Smith and Peter Wright against Rob Cross. That's night 1 in Cardiff, 1st of February.
57.
Of all of those players, who is the one who's thinking, why me? It's got to be Aspinall. Why have you given me Price first game?
Yeah, especially with it being in Cardiff. But I think the form Rob Cross has been showing of late,
100.
I think Peter Wright will be thinking, oh dear. But they've made Rob Cross the 4-9 favourite in that match. MVG's 8-15 against
44.
Michael Smith. Littler's evens. Humphreys is 4-5. Gessie Price 8-15. Aspinall 6-4.
If you do have a flutter on any darts, including the MODUS Super Series, please remember it's over 18s only. BigGambleAware.org for more information. Please gamble responsibly.
Well, the good thing is the players get
43.
a run out this weekend, of course, in the World Series event in Den Bosch, an event I'll be attending. That's on ITV, of course,
98.
Friday and Saturday night.
James require 133.
I'm going to get your thoughts on something else to do with the Premier League in the next leg. But that first dart pleases me no end. And it's something
59.
that proves that if you continually beat the drum, people start to listen. And I get the feeling that Dutch and Belgian dart players already knew about it.
53.
133,
James, you
the
require
first dart should be
74.
treble 19. Because it opens up the double-double option. Whereas a treble 20 does not give you that option. So watch players like James Van Bessian, because he knows exactly what he's doing most of the time. Sometimes he forgets his calculator.
54.
First
Tommy
start, he's
require
missed
115.
the tops.
Ah, the old bull 15 bull trick. No, 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 no.
I've seen
75.
Steve Beaton
James
do that
requires
many
20.
years ago in the embassy.
Why would you go for a 25 when the bullseye's got a magnet next to it right there?
Yeah, bad play. Bad board management.
Game shot on the third leg.
Finds himself
James
3-0
Van
down.
Bessian.
I was going to lord him with the genius tag if he went bull 15 bull there.
Delegates Tom to
And then
throw
he decides not to
first.
go for the single.
Game on.
Didn't Joe Cullen also do it the year he won the Masters?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he did it against Gary Anderson.
56.
Yeah, one thought on the Premier League.
Yep.
Should Peter Wright have been selected?
No. I'd have had Dobie in. My pick was exactly as it is, with the only difference being Dobie in for Peter Wright.
40.
I think he could have done with a year off just to rebuild.
74.
But he's an extremely popular player, and of course the Premier League is not just about the top four, it's also then incorporates the most popular players. It's a non-ranked branding
55.
exercise, effectively.
And a first Premier League in a few years without Johnny Clayton?
Yep.
There's only 8 spots.
31.
were you surprised they stuck with the formula of last year with this year?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they've done that, but I can understand why they have. But I think they understand that it is a process that
100.
may change
Yeah,
in the
well,
coming years. It probably has to change.
It's called the Premier League, which it is sort of a league, but then it's
87.
sort of a tournament every week. And it would eliminate the issues of who they leave out if they went to 10 and had 5 matches. But I suppose they look at feedback and analytics and
57.
all the other numbers that goes with being the greatest promoter of darts ever in the PDC.
Well,
79.
we're about to have a 2-time MODUS Super Series champion to grace the Premier League. The first MODUS Super Series champion to grace the Premier League.
Are you going to a Premier League this year?
I don't know.
I'm going to Nottingham, which I'm looking forward to.
47.
I tend to go to one every year. I've been to Liverpool, been to Sheffield, been to Exeter.
83.
Well, we did the one in the O2, didn't we? The finals.
Yeah, that was fun. Ross Van Gerwen in the semi-finals. Then we had Michael Smith against Van Gerwen in the final. Michael was nuclear. Van Gerwen, that is.
60. Tommy Raquan, 91.
Well, Tom needs to get shot at a double here. Needs to do the right thing. Gonna go for the double-double here. I don't think that's the right play with James on 142.
51. James Raquan,
How many times have I said this week? I don't think that's the right play. That's an opinion of mine, but it's an opinion that probably would be agreed upon by others.
Yeah, but it's based on the likelihood of
93.
That's
Tommy
another
Raquan,
miscount.
40.
Double 10. And
Getting
does
shot on
find
the
that
fourth
one, so he's
leg.
not going to be bageled
Tom
in this one.
Vandenhoven.
Yeah, I have to say the Premier League as a fan being at a venue and watching
Against
live,
James
it
Tedrover.
is
Game on.
incredible.
I went to Aberdeen a couple of seasons ago, and Gary Anderson was eliminated in his first game. The rest of the night, it's fairly nondescript.
97.
Yeah, well, that's why I think this format works as a, if you're there live watching at the venue,
140.
because it tells a story and you get a winner.
I agree. And my point about Gary being eliminated early and the atmosphere going down somewhat, it's because everybody turned up to see him. But then they got behind other people. They got behind Johnny Clayton and Peter Wright and people like that.
26.
I wonder if Tom Vandenhogen's going to go to Rotterdam
90.
and see the orange wall. Black and yellow are the colours here in Portsmouth at the Super Series, because let's not forget that Pompey is a blue town.
81.
Town that has a very large rivalry with another town just down the coast. We don't reference that enough because, well,
41.
they have certain vernacular for each other. Part of sport. Rivalries sometimes materialise from the hockey in places like this.
Yeah, and we've had some great hockey rivalries
60.
over the years. Are we about to embark on another between Littler and Humphreys over the next 6 months?
Sign me up for that one. You know, we have the option this year,
140.
or the opportunity of a game between Martin Adams and Richie Burnett.
Wow, yeah.
And they were in finals together in the early 90s. Great 140.
140.
A
Tommy
brilliant
Raquan,
140.
90.
To set up a match-winning chance if he gets the opportunity. It's the bullseye for Tom.
53.
And this
James
could put
Raquan,
him
97.
into the top 3 with his Group B destiny in his own hands going into his final game.
Treble 18. Though you never know with James.
77.
He's
Time
such good. He's that
37.
good on tops, Nico. He can't stop hitting it.
Double 16 for Van den Hogen.
5.
Can't find it this time.
James, you require 20.
James is 3 hits from 4 attempts in this match, and I'm not counting that tops that he's just hit to leave this double 10. That's a
Game
wonderful
shot and the
doubling
match.
performance from a
James
man who's
Van
very
Bessien.
close to being in Thursday and Friday night. He's not going to win the group. His countryman has already done that. But now he knows that if he beats Brian Rahman in his final game, he will be into Group B action in his debut week. It wasn't a classic game by any means, but please look at those checkered percentages on the left side of your screen, because that from James Van Bessien, or James Van Bessien, I'm still getting used to that, by the way. 80%, that'll get it done most of the time. When we come back, it will be Lee Budgeon up against Kurt Parry, who is now looking to cement his 2nd place position in Group A.
Kurt Parry and Lee Budgeon go head-to-head to complete our penultimate round of fixtures here at the Super Series. Parry, of course, can't now top the Group A table. He'll be back tomorrow night competing in Group B, with Budgeon heading into Group C, of course. Having had a disastrous start to this week's campaign, I'm sure Budgeon will just be looking forward to wiping the slate clean and starting afresh tomorrow. Their head-to-head for the week is one apiece, so who will come out on top in this one? Let's find out with Chris and Paul.
Thank you, Abby. So one spot
First
to
leg is Lee to throw first.
play for.
Game on.
Alex Spellman up against Kurt Parry in match number 14. Could well be for that
46.
final Group B spot.
It could be, but then it might not be, because if we see Van Bessien win in the next game,
46.
he's in Group B. Simple as that. There's nothing Alex Spellman can do.
Yep. But he is taking on table topping and Group A winner, Brian Roman.
140.
What do you expect from Brian in the next game? Do you think he'll just come out and have some fun?
Yeah, well, we have seen him switch off at times, haven't we?
95.
And, well, I suppose after a very long campaign, you certainly wouldn't begrudge him the opportunity to go up there and
100.
express himself.
And while we are young in this game, I want to open up a little can of worms, I guess. This time last year,
60.
we were welcoming the likes of Raymond Smith back for a Champions Week, and he went on to win the second series. We haven't seen Raymond since.
45.
We hope he's well. But what other parts of the world do you want to see dart players come to Portsmouth from in 2024?
Or I'd like to see more from
60.
Asia.
Leave require
Certainly.
170.
And I certainly enjoyed the Indian participants. Is it Bhav Patel?
Yeah, Bhav Patel lives in London.
59.
I'd love to see him. I get a run out here. I've been keeping an eye on him since the Worlds because he's got a lovely throw
50.
and he seems to
Leave
be
111.
improving.
Got an awful draw at the Worlds, didn't he? Got William O'Connor.
Yeah. Yeah, no one wants to play William O'Connor first round.
It's an interesting discussion because Asian darts is very much on the up. I'd like to see a couple of the Japanese lads come over.
Yeah.
I think
28.
Moya Goto would be a great acquisition here for a week, alongside Suzuki and Muramatsu. But then maybe
45.
Manlock
Leave require
Leung from Hong
83.
Kong. I
Yeah,
think he could cause all sorts of problems here.
yeah, I'd love to see him have that opportunity to play multiple games each day. And I'd love to see more from Eastern Europe.
43.
Hope we get a chance
Leave
to see
require
Darius.
145.
Yeah, Darius is a good shout. That was an interesting shout from Kirk.
37.
Kurt, sorry.
Leave require
Has he been spending
40.
time with Rahman on the practice board? I've never seen him go that route for a 145.
James on the first leg.
That's a
Lee
22
Budgeon.
dart start there for Lee Budgeon. Yeah, a few more players from Wales. Maybe a few more Irish guys.
Second
but
against Kurt to throw
we are
first.
casting the net very, very wide. I'd like to see some new countries represented this year. Maybe somebody from Iceland, maybe
43.
Italy.
Well, you only got to look the expansion of the World Cup and the countries represented there. It'd be, for those that are
140.
non-tour carders, what a great opportunity for them just to gain more stage experience. So if they do go back to
45.
the World Cup, they'll go there with a bit more experience.
And for a long
South Africa, there's another country where we saw a brand new player to us who
30.
we absolutely love to bits.
We should really get a few more countries in Africa represented in World Darts.
80.
I know that they're working very, very hard on that, but they're very much at the grassroots level. It may take some time. And we've got patience when it comes to African darts, that's for sure.
Yeah, Simon Adams was a
25.
revelation, wasn't he?
Every time I hear his name, I just keep looking at my palm prints.
I just smile.
100.
Of course, the United Kingdom is going to dominate because of the geography of this tournament being in England.
And I'm pretty sure we will get
68.
Devon Peterson here for a week, and I think he's a player that would benefit massively from this format.
You'd put him in a Group A,
63.
right? You'd give him the full
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, I think it would just be so beneficial for him to go through every element of his throw, just to
26.
work
Go
things
for
out.
170.
Shots on. Shots still on.
145.
Second time we've seen it missed on the bullseye by that young man in the last 25 to 26 hours or so. 161 is the best effort now by Van
60.
Bazien. He hit that against
Require
Kurt
25.
Parry, albeit in a 6-leg loss.
Games on the second leg. Kurt
That is
Parry.
a second leg win. Just wonder if the
30
urgency of
to
these
throw
players
first.
is going to be
Game on.
tested now that a lot of what is likely has been ascertained. We know that Parry's going to B. We know that Budgeon's going to C. This is where your pride's got to kick in and say, you know what, I'd love to win my last 2 games just to give me something positive going into the next 2 days.
Yeah, players react differently. Some players need that fear factor. They need that adrenaline. Other players tend to perform better when they can play with more freedom.
125.
Budgeon in this leg being a perfect example of that.
I think one of the main benefits of
140.
certain players from around the world playing well here is because of what they play from where they are. You look at someone like Ben Robb from New Zealand. You look at someone
98.
like Raymond Smith from Australia. Why would they feel comfortable in this format? Because they play an awful lot of round-robin darts pre-knockout in their ranking tournaments.
98.
So multiple matches in a day, it's normal.
Yeah, it's nothing new. And I just think the impact
46.
someone like Simon Adams would have made here, and the amount of enthusiasm it would bring to the sport there.
They require 52.
You'd like to think so.
Being a bit of a trailblazer, people will want to replicate what he did. I'm sure he went back to a hero's welcome.
Game shot on the third leg.
It's a beautiful shot from Lee for 2-1. Kurt is not assured of second position in this table.
Against Kurt to throw first.
He might have to settle the third if he's not careful. Lose this game and lose against Spellman.
140.
Van Bazien could easily usurp him into the silver medal position in Group A.
$51.
More than 15 years ago, where South Africa started to make an impact in world darts, when Wynand Havenga came over to the Circus Tavern and beat Peter Manley.
140.
Yeah, I spent a fair bit of time with him for the. It was 9 days then, the Worlds. And he was fabulous company. We all stayed in the same hotel and ate together, practiced together.
Yeah, I spent a bit of time with Wynand in 2008. He played for South Africa in the Tri-Nation Test Series, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, in Shoalhaven Heads in New South Wales. Charlie Losper was there with us as well. What a wonderful guy he is.
Yeah.
140. Okay, required 41.
Kurtz really found his range in this leg. And there's
Range
one
on
of
the
those
fourth
11
leg.
darters that
Kurt
crops up
Parry.
every now and again, but for his liking, not enough.
When you have that
throw first. Game on.
ability to pile 180s in, you're always going to have opportunities.
And he's had plenty today. There's only one game of his entire week where he hasn't
41.
had one minimum. But today he's been more likely on the maximums than at any point this week. He's now one of 2
100.
players who have had 4 maximums in a match. Kurt has done it twice, and Rahman has done it once in his previous match against Spellman. But today, Parry had 1 maximum in his
56.
first game. He had 2 in his next. Then he had 3 in his third game against Van Bazien.
57.
He's already got 2 in this one, and there's the likelihood of more. I think it's one of the reasons why we're doing our little bet builder at the start of the show.
140.
The first thing we think about is, which game is he going to get maximums in?
All
60.
but one yesterday. Or was that Monday?
It was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday, yeah.
However, this game did have a story attached to it on Monday. Budgeon was 3-0 up and lost 4-3. And it's going to take some time for Lee to forget about that. Some games have a permanent
45.
residence in your brain, and that one might just
164.
be it. For Lee this week. Tend to remember your defeats more than your victories.
60.
Still a chance for Parry to get into 2-dart range here with a 139. Or more.
100. They require 104.
and tuck this one. It's for the full 16s and tops. Not a fan personally.
42. Okay, you've got 139.
I don't like it either because I don't want to leave tops. I want to leave double 16, so I go 18s. This is double top.
119. It requires 62.
Almost magical from a very gifted player from South Wales. Double 16 for Lee, though. Gives
shot
him the
fifth
lead
leg.
back again in
Lead
this
budget.
yo-yo style match. If you ask me, I'm puzzled as to how Lee Budgeon can win,
Six leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
get in front in 5 legs, averaging 74.
Yeah, 3 from 4 on the doubles. He's contributing to that, Nico.
97.
Question for you, because I don't know the answer to this. Because he won the Champion of Champions last year, does he get an automatic passage into this year's? Or does he have to qualify again?
I think you have to qualify.
100.
Doesn't seem fair.
It's not a very fair tournament. Best of 3 throughout.
140.
It is tough to win. No surprise, so many players that have won that event have gone on to do wonderful things in the world of darts.
That's the inspiration he should get from that victory, right?
125.
Absolutely.
When Ryan Searle won that tournament, he changed into a completely different player.
He just had so much more confidence in his ability, and rightly so.
100.
It'll be interesting to see where Ryan goes this year. New darts in hand. You had to think how heavy they're going to be.
Yeah, he's gone with Harrows, hasn't he? Another max.
180.
For Budgeon, the fourth
Okay,
of the match.
164.
2 apiece.
Now Kurt's in a bit of bother. That's a wonderful approach from Kurt.
96.
But he's on for the 11 darter. You take a 12.
56.
2 double 19s, Nico.
40.
I don't mind that play.
Well, I like the guide on the single 20.
Game shot
But
the
we have
sixth
got
leg.
A
Kurt
level
Parry.
game, and, well, almost feel, Paul, that this one deserves a deciding leg.
7th and final leg, it's Lee to throw first.
It is
Game
a decider.
on.
They are going to be split up at the end of this match. One goes to C, one goes to B. And it is 1 game all
100.
and 1 leg that will decide their head-to-head in Group A. The question is, after this leg, will they
95.
play again this week? Or will they even be on the same session again this week? I'm not sure.
41.
I'm with you.
There are many combinations available. Kurt could qualify from Group B.
94.
And Lee doesn't qualify from Group C. Lee qualifies from C and Kurt doesn't come through B. Or both of them don't qualify from either.
Any permutation
34.
wouldn't surprise me.
$100.
Really good ton. He's within 3 darts of a double. 212 is a good number. We were talking about wasting darts earlier in the day. 212 is the kind of number you want to leave in this range because you
140.
can take it in 4. You don't need a 5th.
Like that.
180.
Yeah, that's how we
You
do it.
require 86.
But then again, he might not get another dart.
2 at double 16 to deny him. A dart for the
Game
match,
shot
and
the
Budgeon
match. Lee
takes out the
Budgeon.
86 despite being a long way off in terms of averages. 89.97 for Kurt Parry, 82.10 for Budgeon. There was 5 180s in there, 3 for Parry, 2 for Budgeon, 10 scores of 140 or more, and some great finishing between them. But that double 16 denying Parry 3 darts to win it. Well, we enter our final cycle of matches, and it starts with James Van Beeson against Brian Roman.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Budgeon has just got the better of Kurt Parry in our final match of the penultimate round of fixtures. Let's have a look then of how things have unfolded so far today. Confirmation of that 4-3 victory for Budgeon. And there's just one thing left to be determined, isn't there? With one round of fixtures remaining, will it be Van Bazien or Alex Spellman who books a spot in Group B? And which of the two will return tomorrow afternoon? As you can see, Van Bazien has the opportunity to get the job done when he takes on Brian Roman in our next match. And with the job already done for Roman, he knows he'll be back here on Saturday for finals night. Will there be a dip in his level? As we so often see, players just struggle. They don't really have the same level of urgency when they know the job is complete. Will that work in his countryman's favour? Things could all be done and dusted by the time Spellman returns for his final game against Parry. So then, to get our final round of fixtures underway, let's get back to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Many thanks indeed. All Belgian clash to finish their campaign in Group A then. And throughout the first couple of days, it has been Brian Roman who's had the number of his countrymen. I just wonder how he's feeling right now. I'm sure he's feeling chipper about the fact that he's won this group. He came into this group as one of the favourites alongside Spellman and maybe a little bit of Kurt Parry. But with his reputation as a former WDF World #1, he was expected to at least make the top 3. He has done that, but he's going to have the next couple of days off, which means on Saturday night, Mace, he's going to be really fresh. And after surgery, that might be just what he needs.
Yeah, of all the players that would no doubt benefit from the break, especially after 3 days of very tough play, it would be Roman.
100.
I've just been doing a little bit of digging, in fact, into that qualifier for the Belgian Darts Open last
59.
year. And I found out something that I didn't know. In the last 128, James Van Bazien beat someone called Zanti Vandenberg, related to a certain Dimitri Vandenberg. And if you think, well, there's a bit of a coincidence. After beating Stein de Klerk by 5-4 in the next game, James Van Bazien's final victory in that qualifier was against somebody called Zion Rahman.
A relation of Brian?
121.
Bingo.
What was his numbers? Do you have the numbers in those qualifiers? Is there any kind of averages to see where his game's possibly
58.
improved?
Yeah, he lost in the last 16 to Bjorn Kellert by 5-0, averaging 77. Beat Zion Rahman with an 81.9. Beat Stein de Klerk with a 78.95.
95.
And his first victory with a 95.74 against Zanti Vandenberg. So there were signs then that this could have been coming.
60.
But what we do know about this fixture here is that if he beats Roman of the Brian variety, he will be a Group B player the next 2 days.
That's some achievement. Wonder what the odds on that would have been in him potentially qualifying above Spellman.
87.
Slim.
Oh, Spellman was a big favourite to win this group.
42. James, you require 40.
So many names in that Belgian list right there that we could possibly have here.
James on the
Ooh,
first.
bottom right corner.
James
Who
Van
actually
Bazien.
ultimately came through that qualifier?
Andy Bartons and
So I guess
Francois
Brian to throw
Spain.
first.
Now, there's a name I had to practice a few times because it's a bit of a tongue twister. Yeah, Francois is a decent player. And we know that Bartons is.
128.
He must be to have come through that lot.
But somebody lost in the qualifying final to Francois Spain by the name of Philip van Gassa, who was here last year.
Yes.
I was a big fan of his because he was an old school player who just used to get on with things. And I thought he was a very handy player.
100.
Some other names that we have had at the Super Series who were in that qualifier. Kevin Blommer, remember him?
Yep.
105.
We also saw a little bit more in the recent European Q School from Patrick Buelan, which came as a bit of a surprise to some people because Patrick doesn't play as much in the way of
100.
darts as he used to. But he had a good Q School, and he was part of the very first Belgian World Cup team with Rocco Myers back in 2010.
Wow, yeah.
133.
Well, that is a blast from the past.
That is the only year that Kim Hybrex has not played in the World Cup. The first year when Buelan and Myers were Team Belgium.
Well, Dimmy would have been a teenager, wouldn't he?
I think he was playing youth matches with Robbie John Rodriguez at the time.
100. Brian Everett 135.
Oh, what you got in the locker here, Brian? Gonna leave tops.
95.
Solid leg. Tops after 12 from Rahman after an indifferent opening leg. How much pressure can James apply? Enough.
125. Brian Everett 40.
That's a bad dart. He's accepting it. That's the right mentality.
Yeah, take your medicine, double 13.
Game show.
He loves double 13 now. I'm not.
Brian Rahman.
I'm putting it out there, Nick. He's gone for that.
He has.
The leg is James to throw first.
You know
Game
you did. We're on to you. Riddle me that. Want to know why I'm really looking forward to the Belgian Darts Open this year in Visa?
Well, apart from the fact that you're going.
Tremendous
59.
tournament. Really great place to watch darts, to call it, to start the European Tour for the year. But there is a small bakery around the corner
100.
that does the most mind-altering custard eclairs. Oh my word. And you wonder where countries like Belgium get a reputation for pastries and things like that. It's shops like that. The kind of thing that makes your eyes roll back in your head. That's how good it is. And coming from
60.
somebody as picky as I am when it comes to quality food, that's a compliment. So if you're going to the Belgian Darts Open and you see me around, you can ask me for an eclair, I'll
60.
get you one.
Weighing about 210 pounds. That's just after day one.
A very well attended event. And that qualifier that we've already mentioned a couple of times in this game, the
137.
most attended qualifier in European Tour history.
Wow.
There were so many players there.
I think they're adding another Belgium event there this year as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got one in Antwerp as well.
45.
Well, we used to go there regular for the Antwerp Open.
I think it's the right move. It's a small country, but the amount of popularity that they have right now and the hot players that they have, it's the right move. They've had European Championships in
96.
Hasselt before. Had a European Tour event in Hasselt in 2020. The last one before the COVID pandemic. That was won by Gerwin Price.
140. James, you've got 149.
Conventional route is 60, 57, 32. Step 1. Step 2, just shy. Don't worry too much about unconventional behaviour in the next visit, James, because Brian only has one route for 156. Doesn't matter how creative he is.
89.
He's got no
Brian
choice but to go for the treble 20 on this one.
156.
That's why I remember the Antwerp Open. I lost to Merv King in the final in 1999. I knew there was a negative memory there somewhere. Excluding the bakeries, of course.
77. James, you've acquired 60.
Wherever he gets this single 20, he should have to move. Well, that's one way to go about it. Don't move for the tops on this occasion.
40.
It almost worked.
Brian, you've
And where does he go
acquired
for 79, Mace? What do you think?
Not a clue. Oh, 51-20, of course. But
54.
it's risky.
James, you've acquired
And how about
20.
this? Our friend and colleague, Matt Egger, actually lost in the final of the Antwerp Open last year to Wesley Plazier.
Wesley Plaisir, yeah. Oh,
No
no,
score.
that's the wrong one.
Briny required 25.
Is this the right one?
Game shot on the third leg. Brian Roman.
Oh,
Nicked one there.
very much like a 90s pop song. This is the right time.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first.
You're going to be on the European tour this year, aren't you? You're going to go to Munich.
Yes. Yeah, my first trip
42.
there. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to this weekend, World Series in Holland. Loving the lineup.
You do like cars, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, just across from the venue in Munich, they have a place called Motor World that has all these classic
81.
cars. There are Lamborghinis and old cars in there.
It's on the list, Nico.
It's very, very nice.
100.
What else is Belgium famous for? We've mentioned waffles on Monday. We've mentioned the beautiful eclairs today. They're obviously famous for their chocolate.
Max Verstappen.
100.
Kevin De Bruyne. A bit soon to be talking to me about Kevin because of that pass he gave to Oscar Bob at the St James's Park game recently.
140.
But my word, what a player.
Leo Lawrence.
What a heck.
Eric Claris.
Yeah. What a guy Eric is. I met him for the first time 2 years ago when we went to Visa. And he was astonished that I was
83.
just so eager to meet him. You're the generation I used to watch.
Yeah, and he's been doing he works now for the Belgian broadcaster
180.
covering the darts.
I hate to say it, Brian. I know you're brilliant and a former WDF world #1. But in order to be considered an unconventional counter, you're about 10% of the way there when it comes to Eric Claris.
100.
So if you leave 102, I expect you to go 3 double 17s like Eric used to do.
13 double 13.
Game shot
Well,
on the fourth
if you hit
leg.
it, I can't fault it.
Brian Roman.
I quite like it. I've always said, because of the position of double 13,
James to
right-handers
throw
like it,
first.
like you mentioned
Game
earlier.
on.
However, if it was an even number double, people would leave it more. Just imagine if the position of double 13 was, say, double 12
140.
or double 14. They would leave it more. The main reason they don't leave it more is because it is an odd number where you can have that awkward
60.
split. I wonder if this guy's going to qualify for that European Tour event in a couple of months.
100.
How many Belgian players will be part of that tournament? They're going to have a multitude of home nation qualifiers.
97.
And Brian Roman does not have to go through the tour card holder qualifier this time. He can go through that home nation qualifier this time. As can James. But Andy Barton's, he got through the home nation qualifier last year. He has to go through the tour card qualifier this time.
85.
As will someone like Dimitri Vandenberg and Kim Huybrecht. It will be very hard to get their biggest hitters all on that stage. But what we have here at the MODUS Super Series are the best that Belgium has to offer outside of the tour card system. And they have not disappointed this week. They've already got somebody on Saturday night in the shape of Bryant.
100.
Here's one for you. The inventor of the saxophone
60.
was from Belgium.
James, you require 76.
Adolf Sax.
So that's why it's called a saxophone.
Correct.
As someone who has played the saxophone in previous times, I am fascinated by that.
Game
And I'm
shot on the
loving
fifth
that.
leg. James Van Bessian.
3-2 to Roman. This is his chance to finish with
Six leg, it's Brian to
24
throw
points
first.
in the table. And this leg or the next.
you know what,
100.
They've had a lot of people in motorsport over the years. No surprise. Max Verstappen follows them.
They have their own Grand Prix at Spa, don't they?
They do.
Is it Spa?
41.
Freddie Loix The famous rally driver, Jackie Ickx, racing driver. Francois Duval, another fabulous rally driver.
140.
Thierry Boutsen. Lots of Formula One drivers over the years from Belgium. No surprise when they got a racing circuit, I suppose, as old as Spa. More your
100.
thing, football. Philippe Albert.
Oh, yeah, left footer. Scored that glorious chip against Peter Schmeichel about 30 years ago.
140.
Benteke.
Got some decent golfers, too. You got Nicholas Kohlsertz, who played in the Miracle at Medina in 2012.
Thomas Peters.
Yep.
European Tour winner.
Yeah. Multiple times. And
60.
the live golfer now.
Right, 121.
It's the Ball of Country Mile. He also played in the Ryder Cup. Had a great time of it
41.
a few seasons ago, but we don't have a Ryder Cup style tournament in darts, do we?
And how did we forget this one? Luca Brissell, world champion.
Oh, of course. I'm sure he'll make an appearance if he's available.
Likes his darts.
Does like his darts. I think he's got an uphill battle to
60.
beat Ronnie O'Sullivan at the World
Ronnie
Snooker
McGuire,
Championship in May.
And not half.
I think James has got an uphill battle of getting this game. He might have to wait to see if he's done enough.
54 double
48.
13. Stop it.
There's one double that's screaming his name this week. It is that double 13. I just wonder if he's going to win the week on double 13. There's only been one
60.
ever World Championship won on double 13.
Briny required.
I'm just going to leave
32.
that out there. Is this game won on double 16? No.
16 scored, yeah.
It's won on double
Game
8.
shot and the match.
Brings a smile to his
Brian
face.
Roman.
He has won Group A with 24 points and an excellent leg difference of 27 plus. That really is an excellent return for his efforts. Very even on the averages in that 13th game of the day. I think he wanted to finish on double 13 because he's playing in the 13th game of the day. But Brian Roman is the man, and we're not going to see him again until around 7:30 on Saturday night. Who is going to get that second and third spot, though? It's up to Spellman against Parry next to tell us the answer.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm now joined by our first player through 2 Saturdays finals night. Brian, what an incredible way to book your spot at finals night, finishing on 24 points. To come through a field like that, you must be very pleased.
Yeah, I'm very pleased. If you watch my games during Q school, I was just, not at it. I didn't think I was going to be competitive this week because I was playing so poorly, and then come here on stage and I played brilliant.
And so soon after surgery, with all the disappointment of losing your tour card, how good does it feel to be able to go and do what you've done this week?
Oh, it's crazy. Well, when I had the surgery done, a few days, the week after, I thought I couldn't throw a dart anymore. And then I went to Q school and I told my missus, like, oh no, I feel terrible. I don't think I can even compete with the level I had before. But then come up here and do what I did before, it's amazing.
So your mindset must be completely different today than it was even on Monday morning.
Yeah, definitely. On Monday, I was just like, just go and play, just enjoy it, try to hit the 100+ average again. I did it in my last game, and then I was top of the table on Monday, and I went back to the hotel and I said, okay, now I need to win the group as well.
And we know that you like to live up to your nickname, that 97 today. Just talk us through that.
Yes. Well, I like to be a spotter's nightmare. Owen Binks, he went in the practice room yesterday and asked me what routes I'm going for certain finishes. And I did completely the opposite, and that's what I do all the time. But on the 97, I just wanted to set up double 18. That's the double I love the most. So I went for 19, single ball 17 to leave double 18. But I hit the bullseye, so I left double 14, and I love double 14 as well, so that's a bonus.
And just finally, talk us through your 2 days off, because I'm going to guess that's pretty advantageous for you with your shoulder injury.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I was doing physio every single day, so now I don't need to do that 2 days in a row, so it will be cheaper as well in the pocket. But yeah, I'm more than happy to have 2 days off.
Great to see you playing so well. We look forward to seeing you on Saturday evening. Very best of luck in that one.
Thank you.
Right then, will it be this man's fellow countryman who books his spot in Group B, or will it be Alex Spellman? Let's return to the action now to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, it's quite simple. Spellman wins. He goes in to Group B. If Parry wins, he's safe anyway, and it'll be James Van Basen who's through, which is, well, some result considering the reputation he came with into a group of this quality.
Kurt to throw first.
I have to agree. Kurt's done his job. We spoke earlier this morning. He said he wanted to win the group, but he would accept Group B if that was the case, and he can still make Saturday. But wasn't it interesting to hear from Brian there about the fact that he doesn't have to go through physio or any sort of other warm-ups just to be primed for this? He can actually rest, which is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah. I think I've noticed something a little bit different about Kurt from this game against what was virtually a dead rubber against Lee Budgeon. I think he's aware that these two's paths may cross on potentially on finals night and possibly in Group B, of course. And I think Parry wants to put one over Spellman.
100.
Are you talking about him dealing a blow?
Absolutely.
Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it, that his path is certain over the next 2 days. But if you can just plant that little seed of, well, I'm not someone who's going to give you anything. You just never know when you're going to meet them again, and that might just be a psychological edge later in the week.
Yeah, and I'm all for that mindset. It's very much a dead rubber for him. It doesn't affect him in any way. But like you say, it's all about planting a seed and almost saying to your opponent, I don't fear you.
Remember what Kurt did yesterday
36.
in his last game? He put in the average record of the week, 103.66. Got time to get this double 10. 3 darts, in fact, are guaranteed. He only needs the one.
Kurt Parry.
That 16 darter will start his challenge to finish his 15th game of the week with a
Alex
win.
to throw first. Game on.
And again, we talk about mindset. That mindset for Brian will be fantastic on Saturday after going through the card today.
97.
And let's disperse with any hesitancy about our Saturday night lineup, because
87.
any lineup that involves Brian Roman is worth watching. He is a great person to watch live. So get yourselves down here. If you can, get yourself to London Road
60.
in Portsmouth. I don't know what the weather forecast is for Saturday night, but as the sun goes down, and I'm sure there will be a shower or two, this is a nice, comfortable place to be on a Saturday night with a few restaurants down the street.
60.
Accommodation close by if it's needed. And come and meet us. Come and meet the crew. Meet the players. See them walk onto the
96.
stage in one of the most intimate darting atmospheres in world darts.
I don't know another venue that you can get as close to the action.
140.
This has got to be a max.
140.
I'm surprised it wasn't.
Alex, you're 144.
The last two visits to the board, I expected to see a max.
See what Alex is trying to do there? He's trying to
70.
guide it through the tunnel of the flight at the top to try and gather it. Just didn't work.
100.
What does he do on 66? Is it going to be 10s? Is it going to be 14s? I think it's the second option. Double 12. Well, that flight's in the way. He hates that line.
He had major problems with this double yesterday, didn't he?
54.
Try to get a bit of clearance by going to the
Required
left-hand
20.
side, and it almost paid off.
Game
Double
shot on the
10
second
for
leg.
doubling the
Kurt
lead,
Parry.
and Kurt Parry is halfway to getting to 20 points in the table. Sometimes
Well,
good enough
against
to
Kurt
win a Group A
first.
scenario, but not this week.
Game on.
Yeah, we've seen many a player progress on 20 points in Group A to Saturday night's final.
I just wonder how many Group A scenarios we've seen
85.
over the last 3 years where they haven't had 30 points. I'm going to have to top that up before the end of the week. Will we ever get 30 points in a Group A scenario? I'm not sure we ever
60.
will. It's just too competitive.
Yeah, because it's very nature of being only best of 7. You're going to have an off game, aren't you? It's the law of averages.
I've had weekly winners from Wales in the past.
140.
Justin Smith. Robert Owen. Kurt would love to add his name to that roster.
140.
It's going about it the right way.
$59.
Such a pleasing action to see on the eye.
Well, they both are.
You can see that he's using a
24.
moulded stem and flight combination. Is Kurt Parry at the minute. That's not what he used to use when he was a bit younger. Seems to work pretty well for him. He's using quite a rigid
67.
option. These are not that flexible. When he flex the flight, it's quite rigid.
Yeah, but by the very nature of the angle of
100.
entry, he gets away with that.
Yeah.
If he threw a flatter dart, they would probably be ricocheting all over the place.
I agree 100%. It works perfectly for him, and it works great for Jose de Souza.
Yeah, I never
28.
used rings or anything like that. I still just use a real old school nylon stem. So if one goes down by the side of it,
Game
it'll just
shot
pop,
on the third
pop
leg.
the flight out, and
Kurt
you'll eliminate
Parry.
the deflection.
And that's the first ton plus checkout we've had since
Well,
a
I guess Alex
161 by
first.
James Van
Game on.
Bazien in game number 9 against Kurt Parry. And he's being ruthless here. We're seeing the same sort of stuff that we've had from Alex
60.
over the last couple of days,
Yeah, mid-70s.
but this is one of Kurt's better games. It's not his most explosive,
100.
but it's the kind of performance that you would expect to put in more often than not when you're on this stage in this scenario. 89 the average, 50% on the doubles, and more often than not you would take that in this scenario.
97.
Last game of the day will be Lee Budgeon against
85.
Tom van den Hogen. I think we've got to come up with a better phraseology than dead rubber. Not like rubber's alive. Although it does come from a tree, doesn't it?
140.
Yes.
It's a resin that comes from a tree in Southeast Asia, isn't it? Is that right?
140.
It sits right with me. Something I had in school. For constantly erasing my
180.
mistakes.
Well,
Alex, you
double
require
12,
24.
but this time with 3 darts, not 2. Okay, so that leaves 15. Just gets the 7.
20.
And that could be curtains
But you require
for Alex
76.
Spellman when it comes to his efforts in making Group B. Double top.
46.
Wrong bed.
Alex, you require
Leaves
40.
double 15 instead.
Twos never lose. Oh, buckles the wire.
No score. Okay, you
Signs of that
require
leg from
30.
yesterday against Tom van den Hogen.
Correct.
Double 15 for
Game
Kurt
shot
Parry
and
gives him a
the
4-0
match.
victory
Kurt
to
Parry.
confine Alex Spellman to Group C over the next couple of days. He will be joined by Tom van den Hogen, by Lee Budgeon, and he will also be joined by Tom Sykes, James Wilson and Connor Scott. There you see the stats from the penultimate game of the day. Kurt Parry gets to 20 points in the Group A table, and he will go through to Group B alongside James van Bezien. One more game to go, and it is the aforementioned Van den Hogen up against Lee Budgeon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where everything is now settled in Group A. Brian Roman has qualified for finals night. Kurt Parry and James Van Bazien will return for a Group B campaign, and Lee Budgeon, Tom van den Hogen and Alex Spellman will enter Group C. Yeah, a bit of a head-scratcher that, isn't it? Alex Spellman, the favourite to top Group A this week, will finish 4th in the table and return for a Group C campaign, and it's a really filthy group to go into as well. So an incredibly intriguing Thursday and Friday ahead. But first, one more Group A game to be completed. Tom van den Hogen taking on Lee Budgeon. They've got another 2 days of playing against each other too. So who will have the bragging rights from this fixture going into that campaign? Let's find out with Nico and Mace.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, so there's
Game on.
not much to play for here, as you say, apart from bragging rights, but just an opportunity to possibly for Tom to try and get one over Lee and
59.
give him some kind of confidence going into that Group C. But you mentioned Alex Spellman. Not only was he favourite to win this group, he was one of the favourites to win the week.
60.
Not anymore, because he's not in Saturday night yet. It'll be interesting to see his odds when he goes into Group C.
Yeah, and he's not in the kind of form at the moment.
96.
Maybe he will benefit from going back to scratch tomorrow and starting over.
I think there is something on this game, because it's 1-1 between these two over the last couple of
97.
days. And Tom has only got that one win from Monday to his credit. If he can get a second one, he'll feel more confident playing Lee
125.
over the next couple of afternoons. But with 14 matches
47.
in the books, we have to say that Tom's form has delivered what we expected.
Yeah, he's thus
58.
far very much played to type in terms of running averages. However, in spells, he's produced some really good stuff, and it basically is down to
78.
that throw. It's just not conducive to being consistent. And it's something that can be corrected, something that can be
55.
worked. He's got the basics there. He can play the game, as we've seen, in short spells at a decent level. He's been on 10 darters, hasn't he?
He has.
59. Tommy require 108.
If you want some inspiration, just look at the early days of Peter Wright. His technique was nowhere near complete. But he has got a 108 finish there.
Tom van den Hogen.
Case in point, perfect example.
He can play the game, but it doesn't mean that this version of you is the best version.
No, it's part of a process.
60.
This is the journey, not the destination.
And the thing that annoys me the most when running into people at this level of play is that they think if they just continue to play, they're going to get better.
121.
You won't. If you do, it's just a coincidence. You have to make changes. And the line that I have said more than anything else
78.
since December the 30th of 2023 is, if you want life-changing money, you've got to be able to change your life. That involves changing lifestyle, changing habits,
76.
changing structured practice. And if you don't do that, you're not going to go far.
No, you'll just reach a certain level.
59.
This may be the aspiring place for certain players. But when you come here and you do have a few wins under your belt, you should feel inspired to do more,
140.
to find a way to the top of the mountain. You've seen in the last 7 months just how quickly it can be done.
43.
Look no further
Tommy require
than a
164.
certain Mr. Littler.
He's going to be getting shades of Monday from this game, because Tom looks very comfortable in this one.
Yes, 90 left. Should go ball.
77.
How many times has he gone for that bullseye and been about half an inch under it? The benefit of being in this chair and watching these games at such close quarters, because you
100.
establish patterns.
Tommy
And
require
a
87.
huge benefit for the players who can go back and assess and maybe themselves pick up on things that
55.
is flawed.
He require 161.
Biggest finish of the week. Not going to be equalised. So that will remain the case for now.
60.
Could really have
Johnny
gone for the
required
bullseye with the last
32.
start.
Game shot
But
the
it didn't
second
mean
half.
anything
Tom
because
van den
Tom van
Hogen.
den Hogen is 2 from 2 on the doubles and halfway to a second victory of the week.
And averaging
Willing it's Tom
88.41.
to throw first.
Yeah, that's a bit
Game
more like it. Doesn't want to get a 9 like Martin Adams did.
25.
I think that's actually the pinned post on our X account. That treble one's a bit of a magnet at the minute. That was a good nickname, wasn't it? The Magnet.
123.
Mick McGowan.
Some player he was as well back in the day, my goodness. I ran into him at, may have been a UK Open
25.
qualifier. I don't think I got in the hundreds. I think he averaged, I think it was over 120 or something. It was,
Yeah, I've heard the story about when he was at his best.
140.
it was like a magnet. Every time I looked up, there was 2 darts in the treble 20.
I always enjoyed running into Mick
97.
and his wife Debbie. Wonderful, wonderful person. So vibrant and full of life. I went to an exhibition once with Mick and Debbie, sitting with Debbie and Jamie Caven as well. And they were throwing MC dares at Russ Bray all night. Passing him little notes of paper saying, I bet you can't use that word in your next game. And he chalked them all up. Russ Bray, an absolute legend of the game.
Was that in Ireland?
Yeah, it was just outside Dublin.
Alan Keel?
Of course.
66.
He's an avid watcher of the Super Series, is Alan Keown.
Is he?
He always watches a Saturday night.
56.
Always gets in touch.
Leave
So
required
you're watching
32.
this, Alan. Hope you're well. Hope everything is well in the Emerald Isle. 8-8 for Lee. Plenty of time on his side.
16.
And considering this is against the darts, Tom's having a leg off. That's happened just a bit too often over the last couple of days. But that's better.
133. Leave required 16.
And he leaves his biggest finish of the week. Is he going to get a look at it? And he did get it against Lee Budgeon, so maybe he's going to double down here.
122.
No.
38. Leave require 8.
This time 3 darts at double 4. Wasn't close with the previous shot.
Game shot on the
Does
third.
find a landlocked
Lee
shot there for
Budgeon.
2-1. One of the nicest feelings in darts is when you've broken the
Look at
throw and you
Lee to
walk
throw
directly
first.
down the
Game
ocky.
on.
You'd have to disregard your opponent. He'd just turn around and think, right, I'm throwing first next. Who was the best
90.
at that? They would make their presence felt when they've broken the throw. For me, it was Painter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Kevin.
He was just like John Wayne. I've just broken your throw. My walk has got a bit
58.
of swagger. You're not going to win this match.
Yeah, he would sort of grow 6 inches in height and 6 inches in width and sort of own the stage. That was his area. Get out of my space.
That was clever. Really clever.
121.
And the way he would back you up if you were a little bit too close, way before this exclusion zone.
I didn't like that stuff.
177.
So does he.
You know how Dutch dart players have got these abbreviations of RVB and
59.
MVG? I'm not sure.
RJR.
TVDH has got. It sounds. It's
Sounds like a disease.
It sounds like a radio station. TVDH, weather forecast for you.
Yeah, some random American channel.
Like KSCL.
Yes.
Fraser Crane. Well, we are listening, but we're also
100.
watching.
Tommy require 170.
Oh,
Should go bull here, really.
50.
Sensible.
Require 131.
Hits himself on 120, which is, I don't say easier than 131.
125 now. Tries to pick off the 25. 117. Trouble 20. Nearly.
34. Tommy require 120.
Treble needed. Treble not found.
60. Lead required
If
97.
Lee gets the treble, we know he's going to go for tops. But if he doesn't, does he go for double 19?
There's your answer.
57. Tommy requires 60.
So, for a 3-1 lead, and Lee was a big favourite for this tie.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Tom van den Hogen.
Oh, he's been really good on the doubles, hasn't he?
Not missed one.
5th flag, it's Tom to throw first.
And
Game
his average is exactly 80. Ticking a few boxes in this performance.
96.
Yeah, I think this could be just used as a bit of a confidence builder.
Yeah, it's a barometer of what he's going to need minimum in a game come
60.
Group C. Because there are people in that group who are going to gobble up an 80 average every now and again. But if they just find a bit of a frozen game,
71.
they might just struggle against someone who is 100% on doubles. Sykes, James Wilson, Connor Scott.
I don't think
63.
I'd be amazed if any of them lose to someone with a sub 80 average. Maybe the early game or two, but once they're sort of up and running.
The last time Tom Sykes was on this stage, he was winning an ADC belt match. And he beat Chris Quantock, who later that
100.
night would win the MODUS Super Series week. He averaged nearly 98 in a 15-leg game.
Yep.
35.
So that's why we're really excited about seeing Tom. But this Tom is only 3 darts away from a second win of this week.
140.
And another one against Lee Budgeon.
60.
It's a bit of his nemesis. Well, if he gets to a double, you fancy him to hit it, don't you?
46. Lever
But
138.
he didn't like that visit at all. Lee likes that dart. Just makes the next one
82. So lever
potentially
114.
a little easier. But that is a 9 as well, leaving 105, which you can't take in 2 darts in this format.
82. Lever required 56.
All down to Lee to defend. And he's missed a big single. Not for the first time today. Does he miss the double? He
Game
does
shot on
not.
the 5th leg. Lee Budgeon.
That's very well done, because we know firsthand from Monday in his 5th game that Tom van den
Because
Hogen
Lee
only
to throw
needed one
first.
match
Game.
dart to get his first win. He might have only needed one more had he got that shot at double 16.
$59.
It's not the kind of group that Lee Budgeon will remember with fondness, let's put it that way.
59.
But as we wipe that slate clean over the next 21 to 22 hours,
100.
he will enjoy the fact that he's on the same amount of points as everybody else, and he will surely have better preparation for the start of a group
59.
than he did on Monday. Making inroads here, he might just deny Tom that second win.
140.
Deal a bit of a hammer blow to him as he tries to build confidence ahead of his cleaning of the slate come Thursday afternoon.
35.
That last start of the bullseye has perplexed me.
100.
It's when you think you've seen it all when it comes to counting. I am not sure why he went for the bullseye at all. Because he can't leave a finish from 3-4-8.
61. Lee require 102.
Last game yesterday went the distance between Spellman and Rahman. That was the precursor to Rahman winning
42.
all 5 games today. Whoever wins this game, are they going to have the similar sort of fortune tomorrow?
137.
We will start
It requires 60.
at 1 p.m. local time. We will have both of these players in that group.
40.
Are we going
Tommy
there
Maguire,
by virtue of a
150.
massive out from Tom van den Hogen? Well, had he got the first 57, he would have had a shot at the second one for double 18.
82. Leave required 20.
Double 10 to take us the distance.
10.
Now Tom should get his chance.
Tommy requires 68.
He was lumbered on 32 in the previous leg, hoping to get a shot to win his second match of the week. He now does get a shot at double 16.
52. Leave required 10.
It's the first match start he's missed all week. Will he get any more?
Game's on the 6th.
We'll have to wait to find
Leave
out because
budget.
we're going the distance in this final match of Group A.
7th and final against Tom to throw first. Game on.
Seen some interesting double statistics from some of these players today. An improvement from Kurt Parry. He was 15 from 45 today.
140.
33% for him gives him an improvement on what he's done the first 2 days. Ryan Roman had 51 darts at a double
100.
today, more than anybody else.
$56.
180 count's been very healthy today, but I'm not sure it's as good as it was yesterday when we got 38 of them. But the group total is going to be very respectable. It'll be very, very close
100
to 100.
40.
Sensible here from Tom.
98.
Starting 18s on 305 is one of the right options. And a wonderful maximum. That's the first one of the game. And Lee Budgeon's last attempt to get one. And he might just walk away
81.
with 2 more points to finish on 14. Level with Spellman. Bullseye.
40. Tommy Rock 170.
Or is Tom going to have the last laugh? He gets a second match dart. And he wins a second game against Lee Budgeon this week.
Tom van den Hogen.
They are destined to meet again over the next couple of afternoons. But you can see the smile on Tom van den Hogen's face. He's forgotten to take his darts out of the board. Tom, go and get your darts. They are the stats from that game. The highest checkout of that match came with the final 3 darts. But you've got to pay a lot of credit to Tom. He's been downtrodden over the last few days. But he finds a second win with that 80% on the doubles at the end. Lee Budgeon didn't really have anything on that. He wanted to equalise Alex Spellman on 14 points, but he just falls short. He'll have to settle for 12, and Tom van den Hogen will settle for 2 points. The leg difference, well, Budgeon's is a minus. So is Tom van den Hogen's. But as far as I'm concerned, that's it from me from Group A. We're going to go to Chris and to Abby on the stage for our final thoughts.
Yeah, Chris Mason, huge credit to Tom there for the resilience to get over the line. A superb 117 out as well.
Yeah, he loved it so much he left the darts in the board. Yeah, and he needed that going in tomorrow. That could be just a little spark and a little bit of confidence he needs, because it's been a tough 3 days for him. You can see he's a little bit out of his depth, but yeah, good finish. And there's been signs in there. There's been spells. There's been some good finish. He had 108 in that match as well there to win an earlier leg. So, yeah, I'm pleased for him.
Yeah, and we'd been saying all week, really, even though he's not got the results, when he's had the opportunities at the back end of legs, he has looked fairly clinical. Let's have a look then at the 15 results that we have seen take place over the course of the day. And one of the most crucial, really, was that 4-0 success for Brian Roman in game number 5 over Kurt Parry. Parry missed 13 at the outer ring in that one before Roman took out a sublime 1-4-2 to get over the line.
Yeah, he set his stall out early, didn't he, with two 4-0 victories over two of his, well, not nearest rivals, but certainly in Kurt Parry. But that 8-leg difference give him a bit of a cushion at the top of the table, and then he just ran through the card. He looked at times as well like he had another gear.
Yeah, and again, we did see, though, in that middle match, there was a little bit of a dip in his performance level. Didn't matter too much because it was against Tom van den Hoogen. He still got over the line 4-1 in that one. But do you think there is some concern going into finals night because he was talking about that shoulder injury, how he needs to manage that over the course of the next 2 days?
Yeah, I think for him, I think he's so confident in his own ability, and he's gained so much confidence. You could tell with that interview that you had with him, that he feels like sometimes when you're that confident, you just got to go through the motions and you can get caught out. And I think against Tom, he probably felt, look, I've just got to turn up here and be at somewhere around 70, 80%. It'll be enough. And sometimes you can get caught out, but he put that right in the latter matches. He's got plenty of talent, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not been a bad week at all for the Belgians, has it? Because James van Bazien, what a sublime 161 checkout he treated us to a little earlier on in the day, and he's rewarded. He's got a place in Group B. Yeah,
and what an achievement to finish above the fancy player to win this group and win the week. He finishes ahead of him. You'd have had big odds on that, and all credit to him. He wasn't a player I knew that much about or had that much level of expectation about. He's pleasantly surprised me, and I think he's enjoyed and loved every moment he's had up here, because it's a great opportunity to test yourself. We've seen it. Some players, they've been overwhelmed. Other players, like James, have just got up here and enjoyed every moment of it.
For Kurt Parry, will he be relishing a Group B campaign, or will he be ruining those missed opportunities to finish top of the crop himself?
Well, after hearing him have a chat with Nico, I'm not sure what his expectations was, but at times he's played beautifully in the opening 3 days and produced some real high-level stuff. Lots of ton 80s, some big finishes. His Achilles heel, and that can come if you're not match sharp, is the doubling. If he puts that right over the next couple of days, he's going to be right in the mix Saturday night. Yeah,
let's have a look at the group breakdown then for the remainder of this week. Confirmation, Brian Rahman is the first player through to finals night. 24 points, not a bad return when you come here to the Super Series, questioning your form. You've just missed your tour card. And there you have it. He is the first player through to finals night. But just look at Groups B and C. They are absolutely disgusting. You wouldn't want to be in either one of them. Let's start with Group C then. Tom Sykes, James Wilson and Connor Scott coming into that field. Connor Scott has to be the fancied man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always look at these groups and think, who are we going to lose? 3 of those 5 aren't going to qualify, and it could be, you know, 2 of either Spellman, Budgeon and Tom, or the other Tom, or maybe James Wilson. The one thing I do expect is Connor Scott to come through that group. It could be one of the other 4. I think Tom's going to find that a seriously tough group. And then Group B, Darren Webster, Chris Contock, Tom Lonsdale, Kurt Parry, and what we've seen from James in this opening 3 days, he's going to fancy being in the mix. Remember, it's 3 from Group B, but only 2 from Group C. So, yeah, I think Group B is very much a bit of a lottery.
You said you expect Connor Scott to come through. Alex Spellman, what on earth do you expect from him in that Group C campaign? Because it seems ludicrous that we're even discussing him having a Group C campaign ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. He was certainly one on our shortlist. I was a little bit concerned with his play at Q School, the fact that that range was so big and it was so frequent. Like I said, he's either going to benefit from this restart mentality where you start from scratch with everybody else, or it may be a fact that he needs a break. He's played a lot of darts, done a lot of traveling, and when your throw starts to break down a little bit, it's very hard to work on it while you're playing. You sort of go back to your default mode, and you're just trying to keep them straight, trying to keep them measured. I don't know what he can do. He's just going to have to almost just switch the brain off and try and play on instinct.
Absolutely. Right then, make sure you join us at 1 p.m. tomorrow for what promises to be a really filthy Group C campaign. But here in Group A, Rahman really was the man.
This is becoming a problem. 13 darts at a double and no hits. Where's he going to go with the next one? 2 of those leaves double 14, and that is the biggest finish of the week. He's gone conventional this time. And it is 3 legs to nil. Double 19. Well,
game shot on the 3rd leg.
He's just bamboozled me again.
Low. He finds double 10. Does get the win.